I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a prayer. I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists damn right, it's true.
Good morning, everybody. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truths. And I'm starting early this morning because I woke up um, after only sleeping about 3 hours, but I woke up and I couldn't get back to sleep. Today is, well, this is Coffee and Chaos, as you know, with T3. That's me. And it is 7:30 a.m. on the East Coast, September 18th, 2023. As far as I know, it's supposed to be an overcast day. I can definitely feel fall creeping its way in because I started getting like cold hands and cold feet and you know. I don't know. I always had ice cold feet. Oh my god. I used to love to put them on my grandmother's legs in the middle of the night. She'd scream. I used to, but my feet are cold. So her thing, whenever I went to take a nap, because I was real little, if I was going to take a nap, she would take my feet and put them underneath her thigh, and they would get so warm and like the pressure. It was like, oh, I used to fall right asleep. To this day, like if somebody's sitting on the couch and I'm like sitting with my legs curled up, I will literally like burrow behind their knee and I will just burrow my feet in there because it just feels, secure. I always had little safety things like that, little things that made me feel secure. Now we talked on Friday about a whole bunch of stuff. We touched on hypervigilance the other day, and that is just an extended state of alert. So if you're vigilant, you're self-aware, you're aware of your surroundings, you're aware of other people, you can read a room, you're proficient in it. You know how to detect, overt danger and stuff like that. But when you are hyper vigilant, you're in a state of alert 24/7. And I know I don't sleep well. The slightest thing wakes me up. Good morning. Oh, good. Happy fall day because I mean it's almost fall. We're almost there. We're like 3 days away. Fall is my absolute favorite season. I was going to say holiday. I wish it was a holiday. But no, I've always loved autumn. Oh my god. The leaves and the apples and just everything's so crisp and it feels clean and I enjoyed we used to go, my father and I, we went horseback riding a couple times in the Poconos in the fall. God, it was so nice. It was so nice to go through the forest and you're going through the woods around lakes and just the colors. And you see all the little animals trying to like, gather up food and start storing it. The squirrels here are going to go nuts because they have to find places to hide their food where the rats and the skunks and the raccoons aren't going to find them. Because with immigrants, we also got, critters because they just, you know, bulldozed all these old stomping grounds. And so everything is coming out of the woodwork. And the more they, make everything urban, the less woodland we have up here, and they got nowhere to go. So we even have like a deer that goes traipsing through Hoboken, which I find is very disturbing because people here don't know how to drive. I feel bad for that deer. Um, so Lady Autumn Sky, good day to you. You're loving the crisp feel in the air. I do love it. Oh, fall does something to bring a calmness and just like tranquility. That's what it brings me. Tranquility, not even peace. I'm just very like la 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 in the fall. Um, I love it. I really, really do. Having said that, I did start early today because I don't want to be alone with my thoughts anymore. It's not the day for it. Those that don't know me, and for those who do and maybe forgot or don't understand the significance, I have PMS and it's killing me because I was menopausal for 2 years. I mean, one solid year, no matter what, but it was on and off for 1 year and then one solid year. And then I got a GB jab and a whole bunch of stuff started happening. And now I get my friend every month. Every month. And the PMS is terrible. It's so much worse than it used to be. So for the past like 3 days, I've been super touchy. So when people snap at me, I get very upset and I just like kind of, you know, I don't answer back. I just shut down. And I've been shutting down a lot lately. Um, like the last couple days. And I know it's hormonal. So I'm trying not to take it personally. But yesterday I got hit in the middle of a show. Oh my goodness. Thank God we were watching a video because I just knocked out. I wasn't sleepy. I wasn't tired. I was awake. And then all of a sudden I was just gone. And I got hit with a monster migraine. It came out of nowhere. I had no warning signs, no nothing. I haven't had a migraine like that probably about 3 years. And it knocked me out for like 15 minutes. I got up and I like took some Tylenol and I'm like going around. But I mean, the sleeping helped, but then I had to go steal my son's soda. And that, helped it go away a little bit. And then ice on my head. So that was, that was unexpected. I've been having the breast tenderness and the nausea. Sorry, dudes. But it's like, I'm 49. I'm not having any more babies. Why? So I can have like a cyclops or something? I know my luck. All right. No, no. I wish I could carry more babies. I wish I could I would spit a baby out every year if I had somebody to like raise them with, somebody good to raise them with. But I can't do it by myself. And I'm not doing it at this age. It's not fair. Like everything on me is breaking down. I would never have a baby when I know um I might not be around to see it grow up. And I wouldn't do that to my kid. God, I'd battle the devil himself for my kids. Um, so yeah, there's that. So I really just wanted you guys for company because you make me happy. You do. You give me like my kids, you guys give me a sense of fulfillment. I come on here and I talk, and maybe you like it, maybe you don't, but I'm here and I'm open to you and I tell you everything that's in my heart. And I crave that all the time. I crave that connection with you guys. I don't have a lot of in-person connections. I'm not mobile like that. I can't get out and go for coffee with friends. I can't take a walk down the street. And there are people out here who, they mock that. Oh, go ahead. Roll here, do this. And that's hurtful because how fucking dare you? How dare you? When 4 months ago, y'all were like upset that I was going to die and then I didn't. So what? Now are you upset? Like, because mocking that's not cool. It's probably the most low class thing anyone could do. And I don't appreciate it. So especially since my kid is disabled. So, Danielle, good morning. So happy to catch you in the morning. Yeah, it was unexpected. I couldn't be left alone inside my own brain anymore. Uh, Lady said I have like 3 deer that often pass on the side of my house. Do you really? I love deer. I don't love the deer ticks that come with them, but they already gave me the damn Lyme disease, so I guess that's out of the way. Um, yeah, I'm gonna have a talk with the universe, Mother Nature, or God, whomever I am, over having a cycle. Oh yes, like I really. Oh my goodness, you said I was so happy when I thought I was going through menopause. I was wrong, not menopause at all. I was pregnant with see that I haven't touched a man in a very long time. I have not let them touch me in a very long time. So I'm not pregnant, thank Christ. But it's like I'm done contributing to the human population. Yeah, no, this factory's closed. It's the last factory in Hoboken just closed. Like, nope, no more babies. Oh, but God, I want them. Oh, if I could live my life over. I mean, I wouldn't have my kids. But God damn it, like, I wanted a huge family. I didn't want anybody to struggle alone. I wanted a huge family with siblings who could get along. And yeah, they fight, but they'd have each other when I was gone. And Katie and Connor, that's like the blind leading the blind. Ah, so the powers that be to get the memo. Oh, Lady Autumn. Yeah, I know. Yeah, for some reason, Mother Nature's like, let me just mess with them a little more. Outpost Nerd, good morning. Who started early? I started early. You don't like it? You want to fight? They all want to see me fight you. Come on. 5'3" versus 5'3". Want to go? No? That's what I thought. Uh, Gary Lamb, look who's in the house. What's up? Good morning to you and Lady Lamb and your little ones. Uh, Outpost Nerd. If you haven't checked Gary out, I highly suggest that you do. He's the Gary Lamb Network. You can find him on YouTube at Gary Lamb 2020. GARYLAMB 2020. 2020. And really just check him out. He does a show with Winning Reality on Thursdays. They do Repairing History Together, which is the offshoot of the Thomas Sowell basically series that Winning did on just, repairing history. I mean, I love that, but I do love the discussions that they have. They really tackle some hard to swallow issues, which, for me, hard to swallow is saying a lot. So they're big issues. They're important. These men don't want the country run the way it's run. They don't want the people to have to pay for everything and get nothing, to have no security. I mean, that's the main thing they're going for is unity, security, and truth. Like to have a fairness out there. Because let's face it, we all know life isn't fair, but why isn't it fair? I mean, it's not that it's unfair. It seems unwinnable at every turn. That's not unfair. That's impossible. And it used to be possible. We all want to live a happy life. So I don't know why it's getting further and further and further away the harder we work. And I tend to think, that saying about sand, the more you close your fist, the tighter you close your fist, the more the sand just slips through your fingers. And God, it's just so frustrating. But yeah, check out their thing together on Winnings and on Gary's. And check out Gary's other stuff. He does a ton of shorts that really, good God, they hit home. I was recently on there to discuss toxic femininity. You might want to check that video out because it was excellent. and you'll hear me make points that I often make on here, but that really it's more of a concentration of all my points that I've littered throughout all my videos about how I believe in traditional marriage and traditional roles, and that I believe it makes us better and stronger as individuals, that women have been fooled into thinking they don't need someone at their side. They don't need to be at someone else's side. Women who, think they have to be leaders, but they're not really acting like leaders. They are acting like, pushy bitches. I mean, that's what they do. They're fucking pushy. But I always hated working for a woman because they get so, like, I don't know, it's like a power trip for them. They start shitting all over you. And it's like, bitch, not for nothing. I remember when you were right down in the trenches with me. You didn't get up there on merit. You got up there because you got peanut butter on your nose. And if you want to live that life, that's fine. But my dignity does count more to me than a little pay raise because, bitch, you don't make more than me. And a title don't mean shit. Oh, I'm so successful at work. That's great. How's your family life? Because when you die, your boss isn't going to come hold your hand. Nobody's going to be around you going, oh, we got you a cake because you're dying today. Like, they're not doing that. That's an office thing. That's crap. What you want around you want your friends, you want your family, the people that love you. I'm missing out on chat because I'm ranting today. I know it's going to be a ranty day. I'm emotional. Y'all love it. Danielle. Wait, so Outpost said I saw a fawn last week driving down the road near my house. Okay, grammar. I saw a fawn last week driving down the road near my house. Now, kindergartners, is that sentence correct? I literally am picturing a deer behind the wheel of a car driving down the goddamn road, nerd. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Danielle said, no more babies here either by choice. I mean, thank God it's your choice. That I didn't really get a choice. I mean, I could have just been a hoe and just kept getting knocked up because I know people that do that. My sister. But I'm sorry, was that plural? Sisters. Yes, now that's a correct cough. Anyway, I could have done that, but no. Like, it's okay. I've made bad decisions in the past. Stacking up my problems until they literally crush me to death, that's not one of them. I choose the opposite. Ladies said, Shelly, you do have a big family. You just didn't know you were going to have so many internet kids. For real, man. Oh, and I love every one of you. I really do. Thank you, lady, for putting out Gary's link. I do. I look for you guys. It's so funny because I get DMs and people are like, oh, yeah, I don't mean to bother you. I know you're really busy and I don't expect a reply. And I'm like, why? Like, bro, I got 500. Well, I got 600. Oh, I broke 600 subscribers. Yeah. Um, I'm like, I have 600 subscribers on YouTube. If that is going to separate us, we got problems. Like, I am literally nothing. I am here to hang out and talk to you guys and take all this garbage in my head and break it down in a way that I can explain it to you, share it with you, process it, and get the fuck rid of it. Because I'm tired. I'm tired of always being on guard. That hypervigilance is a bitch. I'm always looking for who's going to hurt me next. I never give anybody the benefit of the doubt when it comes to that because, yeah, I'm giving them a chance, but I'm also giving them a chance through a solid brick wall. I mean, then maybe some cinder block, a couple layers of drywall, whole bunch of people. And then, my natural, lovely, sunny disposition. If they could get near the soft body underneath all those quills and armor and everything, I would be like a fucked up armadillo kind of porcupine. That would probably be what best describes me. Like, you come near me, I will shoot you with every quill I got, and then just whoop, like I'll just go right and like armor myself and just play dead. Because that's what happens when you upset me. I go quiet and I just back away and I go, okay, this is me seeing myself out. What happens once I see myself out is not always pretty. Last night it wasn't bad. I was fine. I just went to bed. Took my pills and I went to bed and I just laid there for hours. I got 3 hours of sleep, so I didn't do too bad. What's true? What's true? True that you're done. True that this world sucks. True that Mother Nature's like, hey, let me have a little bit more fun with them. Because all of the above is true. At Outpost, early to bed, early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. Ben Franklin. Outpost said she got there sucking a D. Okay. I'm assuming you're talking about me, which, okay. There are worse things I could do than suck a dick or two. Okay. Trust me, there are men out there who are saying the same thing. And at least I'm really, really good at it. Ben Franklin was a party guy. Ben Franklin was a hoe. Woo. Jesus, he enjoyed having a hoe on the side all the time. I was like, oh my goodness. He had fun in France. My finger hurts and I don't know why. In your Mers, is it your trigger finger? Because you might want to check on your husband. I'm just saying. I'm not intimating anything. I'm not insinuating, but what have you been doing? And if it's, not your trigger finger, girl, batteries. What's wrong with you? But where does it hurt? Like the middle knuckle? I mean, maybe you're getting carpal tunnel, spending too much time clicking that mouse. Do you know I had the worst pain in my pinky one day, and I was like, "What the hell is wrong with me?" I was like, "It's cramping up my whole arm, whatever." I don't even use my left hand for nothing. And then I'm sitting there, and I'm like, I'm holding my phone, I'm scrolling through, and my son was like, "Which finger did you say hurt?" I was like, "My pinky. It's ridiculous." He goes, "What does it feel like?" I said, "It's like cramping." Uh-huh. "Where's your pinky now?" I was like, "It's right." Oh, I lean my phone, the bottom of my phone on my pinky when it's in my hand, and I don't realize it, and after a while, it just goes numb, I guess, but now it's starting to hurt. So, yeah, I gotta change that. It's just I don't know, that's the way I find it. That's the way I hold it. While I was driving, gee. Well, I mean, you did say she got there sucking on a D, so I don't know, maybe your phone hates you. Um, and your MERS. Danielle, I send you novels. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. Thank you. I'm so happy I broke 600. It took forever. I'm nobody. Who are you? Are you nobody too? That's like saying I'm okay, you're okay. Yay, 600. Moving on up. I know, I was so excited. T Rex! Guess what? They can't get the darn weight in the trailer right, and I'm still over my drives by 609 pounds. Shut up. Are you still at that loading place? Oh my God. You've been there how many hours now? Yo, I talked to him at like 1 o'clock in the morning and he was still there. And he'd been there for hours waiting to get this damn trailer loaded. I told you they were going to do a pallet and take a lunch break, a pallet and take a lunch break, and a pallet and take a lunch break. That's what they do. They get paid by the hour. What the hell do they care? God damn it. Well, let me know what's going on. And you said my favorite role model, my role models growing up were maybe just a little crazy. Well, we are somebody, not nobody in Yumers. Everybody's somebody, and everybody's worth something to someone, we hope. I mean, that's the dream, right? Yeah, we all want to be better people. We all want to be, a little richer, have a little more, have it a little easier. But what's the one thing we all search for our whole lives? Finding that person who accepts us, cares about us, and loves us. I've been very lucky to know many people who were understanding and accepting. And I'm going to use a word that I'm going to get yelled at by a lady, I believe. Tolerant. I always felt they were tolerant of me more than accepting. Like even like Vicky, my best friend from high school. I mean, we were best friends for 25 years. And we were out with her sisters and with their friends. And, she and I, we used to be inseparable. Even as adults, we were always together. So, I mean, I knew her whole family. They were all sisters to me. They still call me and talk to me and whatever. Even though her and I don't really, we don't talk for, reasons. But the one thing about them is, I thought they really just got me. And then we were all in a diner and we're sitting there eating, and somebody said a really funny joke, and I laughed. And she turned around and she looked at me and she said, "Why do you laugh so loud?" What? She was like, "Why do you laugh so loud? Nobody laughs like you." I was like, "Then you're not laughing." I was like, "Fuck you, you don't like my laugh." And she was like, "Well, you're so loud about it." Okay. Have we just met? Have I not been loud my entire life? Like, why is it bothering you now? Just because you're feeling, I don't know, maybe you're not the center of fucking attention. Right away, you got to take it out on me. Fuck, Rachel was the same way. Oh, you always have to be center of attention. Me? Because I talk to store clerks. Are you kidding? You shop for like an hour looking at shit you can't afford. So I know I can't afford this shit. Why am I going to go walking around touching everything? That's annoying. Takes me 10 minutes to look around. The rest of the time, I'm like, can we go? So if you're not going to leave, I'm going to talk to whoever's there. Guess who was there? The store clerk. Ugh. It's really annoying. Really, really annoying. But I don't know. People find so many things wrong with me. And I'm like, you know what? After a while, you just really start to believe them. I don't even bother listening to myself anymore because myself doesn't even know where it's at. Uh, at T Rex, lady said, wishing it all works sooner rather than later. I mean, at this point, he's not going to get to sleep until like 3 days from now. God. And yes, it's my trigger finger. I have carpal tunnel. See, you got to stop robbing banks, girl, because I know you. You just like, you wild as hell. This is different, and it has to be a nerve and part of the carpal tunnel. I hate being old. You're not old. You're not old, because if you're old, then I'm old, and fuck that. Uh, I have T-Rex said I have to drive to a scale and drive back twice now. No, we all need somebody to lean on. Are you going to sing now? We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'd understand. We all need somebody to lean on. I wasn't going to sing today, but thank you, T Rex. You know damn well when you do a line like that or whatever, I'm going to sing the song. Freaking Winning does it to me all the time. He just says something, then he goes, and I'm like, son of a bitch. Because I'm like, I'm not going to sing it. I'm not going to sing it. I'm not going to sing it. 15 minutes later, I'm singing it because I can't get out of my head. And there goes the other one. Son of a bitch. I'm not singing it. I'm just not. Um, T Rex said, I'll yell at you later, or I'll yell at you for that. I am more than tolerant. Okay, you're different, T Rex. Let's just face it. You're different. You don't tolerate me. You accept me because I do the same with you. We know each other. we've spent how many hours and hours, like sitting there just picking everything apart in our brains together. That forms a bond. It's a trauma bond, but it's a bond. Danielle sending hearts. Thank you, love. I love you guys. I really do. I cannot tell you how important you are to me. Every day I look forward to you. If you've noticed, I pretty much interact with you guys every single day. Like I've given up on so many things and I can't walk away from it. I can't quit you. But what does he say? I wish I could quit you. It's like, no, I don't wish I could quit you. It'd be nice if I had the ability, but right now I don't. And I think that's for my survival on here more than anything. Because the more I'm attached to you guys, the less I give a shit about what other people say and do. Because I know not everybody's listening. So that's nice. It's a nice feeling. Now back to the hypervigilance. When you're hypervigilant, you can't relax. Sleep is damn near impossible. I haven't had a deep sleep in a really long time, if not years. And even then, I never used to wake up rested because my mind, I'm not being facetious or like cocky about it. It doesn't shut up. It keeps going, keeps figuring shit out while I'm asleep, and it's too much. So with hypervigilance, not only are you assessing, part of you is, I don't want to say assuming, but you're anticipating what comes next and what comes next after that and what comes next after that, because surprises are not good. I mean, little surprises, yes, but if we have plans and I've been talking about these plans and I'm ready for these plans, I have psyched myself up to get through this thing that would be fun to anybody else, but for me is so stressful. And it's just like, oh my God, please, 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 please let me get through this. And just let me enjoy it a little, please. Just somebody, whoever's listening, can you just take my anxiety for like a couple hours? And it never happens. It never happens because you can't relax. Yes, I'm thinking, oh, it's supposed to be a good day, but what if I get emotional? What if I start crying because I'm happy, that wind up crying because I'm mad and I'm sad and I'm whatever? What if somebody, gets into a fight? What if one of the kids has a meltdown? What if nobody likes my kids? What if I did a bad job? And that just spirals into, oh my God, I'm a horrible mother. I ruined my kids. I should have given them up for adoption because they would have found good parents. I'm horrible. I'm a horrible person. I'm going to die alone. That's the way my brain snowballs. And I can't stop the thought process. It's literally got to reach the end. It has to reach its conclusion. And the conclusions are never happy. I tried the other day to picture myself exactly what I wanted, exactly how I wanted my life. And I concentrated and concentrated and concentrated. And I was so proud of myself that I got to see this and build it in my mind. But it felt real. It felt attainable. And as soon as I, like closed that box up and was like, okay, this is special. I'm going to protect this. I'm going to hold on to this. This is what I want. It was like my ultimate happiness was right there. Not just for me, but for like tons of people that I know, including my own kids, my family. And I was so proud of it. And as soon as I opened my eyes and I came back to like reality, that damn voice in my head said, you're never going to get that. Nobody gives a shit about you. You're never going to get that. You know that you're not worth it. And it broke me down so hard because I believe that a lot more than I believe the other. That's part of hypervigilance. When you're so aware of everything around you and everything going on, your mind begins to create scenarios. These scenarios are based upon who you are as a person. Hi, Rabbit. Good day, good day, good day, beautiful. I hope you're doing well. Um, what we're going to talk about today is C-PTSD. It's complex post traumatic stress syndrome, and it's different from regular PTSD. It is so much more invasive and corrosive. And Inyamur said, have you ever cried because you cried and gave yourself that bullshit headache that won't go away all day? So you cry because you're mad at yourself for not being able to control yourself. Girl, that's me in a nutshell. Who wakes up and just cries? This bitch right here. Right here. I'll be just doing something and all of a sudden this like wave of melancholy just like descends. And I look at the computer and I no longer want to touch it. I look at my coffee, I don't want to drink it. I look around and there's nothing that I want to be near. And then I'm just like, that's probably, and of course, what do I say in my head? That's how people feel about me. And like, I don't even make a sound anymore when I cry because it's just my eyes are just leaking all the time. I'm like, I'm just leaking pain. Just leave me alone. Let me leak my pain. And then I get that like the sniffly headache. Oh my God. And then I'm mad at myself for being upset with myself and making myself cry. I cry more because I'm like, this is not normal. You're crazy, bitch. And it's just, it perpetuates. It keeps going and going and going and going. And, what does he say? Cycle of abuse. Half of us don't realize that we abuse ourselves voluntarily because it's what we're used to. It's what we've been told we deserve. So you always want to get what you deserve, right? Oh, I deserve more than that. Yeah, so I do it more. You know, you can twist and turn things, but nobody can twist and turn things like people with trauma that have never been dealt with. We can take the best compliment there is. You could swear it on a stack of Bibles. You could write a contract saying you will give your life if it's a lie. You can have God come down and tell me to my face that you are telling the absolute 100% truth and it will never change. And I will be like, liar, because I really don't believe it. First of all, compliments, not something I'm used to because I don't get them. Never have. I'm not the type of person you compliment. I'm the person who compliments everybody else. I'm the one who's building you up, because that makes me happy to show you what I see. I will never like blow your shit up and be like, oh no, you this and you that when you're not. I mean, if you're worth, 75 cents, I ain't gonna say you're worth a buck. I'm gonna tell you, bitch, you're 75 cents. Like, step it up. But for me, oh no, I'm horrible on myself. Iris, good morning. What did I walk into? Nothing, nothing yet. I just started a little early this morning because I didn't want to be alone because I'm feeling some type of way. I have PMS and my emotions are all over the place. And I just didn't trust myself to be by myself. So you guys are here. Now, we just talked about hypervigilance, how it can leave you in a state of constant worry. You overslept, girl? Oversleep all you want. That's what replay is for. So I'm glad you're here. Thank you. For me, the hypervigilance keeps me on edge. It makes me hate silence unless I know the silence is acceptable. Like if there's silence between me and another person, I'll either fill the silence with anything. I have chocolate. I already had like a square of chocolate this morning. Um or Well, wait, now see, you said chocolate and I got whoop. Um, what was I saying? Somebody tell me what I was saying. Because and you no, Edith said chocolate and my mind went, "Yes, we like chocolate." But um I don't know. For me, it's just it's all this hormonal crap and it's me learning to deal with, feelings and trying to find some type of self-worth. And I hit 600 subs, and then I flew past it to 606, which is like, oh, good, I got a cushion there. Um, and that was amazing for me, because 3 weeks ago I got monetized, right? So that was a goal that I achieved. I broke 600 this week. That was a goal I achieved. I did all these, fantastic things. I helped this person. I went and did this. I gave. Like the expert says, "Yeah, I'm a giver." I actually am a giver. Like I know he is, but I give until there's nothing left. Um, and the way like hypervigilance affects me is I will give and give and give. The minute I detect a difference, the minute you're off with me, my brain goes, something's different. Write it down. And it does. Sean. Trish wants the D. Aw. I do love you and your D energy because I like tiny things in the house. Um, so for me, hypervigilance actually makes me feel more unsafe than it does safe. And it's supposed to be there so that I'm safe if somebody, comes to get me. But my father's dead. I did a jig when they called me and told me he was dead. And I was like, "Are you sure?" Like I could not breathe until I got that death certificate in my hand. And I called the hospital. Let me tell you something. When you tell me something and you have no information, I'm like, "Give me 20 minutes." I I tracked down what hospital they brought him to, where he was, what he did, how long he was there, when he died. Comes to find out, he died a half hour before my grandmother. Same day, same year, everything. She was in Hoboken. He was in bumfuck Pennsylvania with his hippie commune friends because that was my father. Um, he thought he was, I don't know, part Indian and like a bear. Whatever. Like I don't know why he thought he was part Indian when asshole is 100% muffy Italian. 100%. Both his parents were from the same village. I mean, his father wasn't even born here. He was born over there, over there, over there. But, get your shit and go back, move over there. But I mean, my like my grandmother, his mother, horrible woman that she was. Her and her two sisters, they were born over there. They came over here. They were like dyed in the wool Italian. Like these are like fishing people and like they're all about the weird seafood. Like, oh, she used to eat sea urchins. I mean, those are the spiny things. They're like a bowl full of spines. It's like a porcupine with no face. It's almost like blue black. And she'd eat them raw because what she'd do is she'd take a like a hand towel. I'm lying. She would take a hand towel if she would give me the urchin to hold. She just used to grab that fucker because she didn't give a fuck. She'd take a knife and pierce the middle of the body, cut a hole, and then either use a spoon to like scoop out the innards and eat it, or she just, because let me tell you something, she was savage. She would just put the thing with, even with the quills and everything to her mouth and suck it right up. I was like, but first we used to play with them because they can walk on the table. Their little spines move them. It's fascinating to watch. And they don't die as soon as they're out of water because they have so much I don't know, creepy will to live, I guess. Inya said my PTSD only gets too much to handle when the night terrors happen. Yeah, those aren't fun. I can tell you that. Thank God they only happen when something very traumatic happens. Yeah, I had a couple of them in the hospital. I will admit to that, and I did quite a bit of screaming. But it was in the very beginning, and I was very, very messed up. Um, so from the pain and the trauma and the night terrors, that's when they would come in and just give me a sleeping pill, or they'd put, like I did get a couple shots of Demerol, which I love Demerol, I really do. And that's when you guys were like, "Where's Shelly? I haven't seen her in like 12 hours," because Shelly was knocked the fuck out. Like Shelly was medically induced sleep. Let's go. And it did. It helped. I think that's what helped heal me so quickly. Squirrel. Yeah, no, I always squirrel, Edith. Always. I squirrel all the time. Rabbit said, sometimes I feel like I don't deserve anything, but I work hard for everything. Woman, you shut your mouth. You deserve the world. God, you've put in years of service. You know, you live a good life. You had a wonderful husband. You were a wonderful wife. You had wonderful kids. Did you? Yeah, I don't know. Did you make mistakes? Yeah. So, you got grandnieces, grandnephews, grandbabies, grand whatever. Your family's going to go on, and they're all the better for having you. I wish that you were a part of my like 3D family. I really do. Because I think you're an amazing person. Yeah, you have such a good heart. Um, Edith, you were talking about being hypervigilant, needing to feed your mind. Yes. Uh, Outpost said, I'm just trying to hit 150 subs. Well, if you hit them, maybe, you'll get more. Some of them like it like that. I cannot do the whip thing. I just can't. Caitlin is extremely good at the whip sound, which I was not anticipating, but it's, pleasant surprise. Sean D, I get it. I get what this is all about. Trish wants to D. All I saw was Trish wants to D because, of course, that's what I focused on. But yeah, no, all my problems come down to some prick out there. Like, I don't know. It's just, see, women don't really upset my day because I get women. We're bitches to one another most of the time. We're all, oh, I love you. And then they stab you in the back. Not you guys, but in general. And I'm just so used to anticipating that kind of reaction from a woman because I just know how it is. It's not really malicious. It's more instinctual, I think, because they're so used to like fending for themselves and you ain't taking what's mine. But guys, yeah, no, I can't. Everybody says, "Oh, you think like a man, you act like a man, like you react like a man, you fuck like a man." I don't fuck like a man, like how they fuck. I fuck in that. I'm like, "Oh, that was great. Get the fuck out." Like the relationship. That's where you thought this was headed. Oh no, like you were a one nighter, baby. Pump and dump, go. But I was the one pumping. Yep, but I was the one doing all the work. So get the fuck out. All that work for like a minute and a half. Whatever. I didn't even burn a calorie. Like, get out. It's true though. Like, I don't see the point. I do not want to get involved with anybody sexually unless by the time we're done, we are so out of it and like sweaty and have done such a workout that my ass is down a jean size. Like, if I'm still the same person and walking the same when I have to leave the room, then you didn't do your job. You gotta break a bitch sometimes. Shit, I ain't had my back broken a long time. Let's get Outpost Nerds 150 subscribers. Yes, please. And your Murs tiny things. I love Sean. Sean knows I love him. He makes me laugh and he calls me Trish. What more could a girl ask for? Honestly, I love him because he's just honest and he's forthright and he's a troll and I expect him to troll, but he's not malicious. If I'm upset, he won't fuck with me. He really won't. Um, please, if you guys can spread out Outposts link, I don't know if you have Twitter or Facebook or whatever, just see if you can get some subs for him because he's having a really hard time like getting that off the ground. YouTube has been really shitty about posting any kind of notifications or promoting anybody. So if we don't do it for each other, it's not going to get done. For the best sleep sounds, please. Yes, Lady Autumn Sky. She has the best sleep sounds. Oh my goodness. And nothing to distract you. Like there's nothing on the screen. So you're not just like, oh, I'll just watch the wave. I'll sit there and watch the damn waves. Those like electronic little like trail thingies for hours. So that's not putting me to sleep. But hers, last I checked, were blank. They're just black screens. And it's just sounds. You'll love them. Oh my God, they're so restful. Edith, I love my Nana. Her mother was a bootlegger. My Nana's mother and father were horse thieves. So I got you. I got you. Shelley's descended from the mafia. Bast. Who says that? Who would say such a thing? Caitlin, I love you and your over there. Thank you, Caitlin. Yeah, my over there is over here, over there. My great grandfather, my Bubba used to sing. Oh, what was the song? He used to sing it to tease my great grandmother, my mama nun. Um, hooray, hooray, my wife, she gone away. She gone away to far country. And I can't remember the rest of it, but he knew like the whole song and he knew it in Italian and English. And he'd sing it. But the thing is, like, he didn't know the words really in English. So he knew them, but he didn't know the meaning behind all of them. So sometimes when he sang, it could be a little funny. Rabbit at T3, when did you meet my husband? Your husband, you talk about him all the time. There's, that I like, picking people apart, looking at them, observing them. And it just seems like you have more vitality and push than anybody I know on here. You have more love to give than anybody I know on here. And it's more than human. It's more than one human should be able to do. And I have to believe that he does that for you. That he would never leave you alone. And he's always there with you, pushing you and making sure you get everything out of life that you can. So, but that's just me. And I've never said anything because why would I? I don't like to bring that kind of stuff up. They don't call it getting nailed for nothing. I don't want to get nailed. You hammer like a coffin top to a coffin, you nail it shut. I don't want to get nailed. Nails are tiny. I need to get drilled. Like I'm talking like Armageddon type drill. Like roll that sucker this way. I don't care if it's rocky, make the jump and let's go with that diamond tip. Come on. Like, and I just let's hope I don't break it. Outpost said, I, on the other hand, like poking the bear. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You constantly poke the bear. Constantly. But thank you. I love you, nerd. You're my little brother, and I love and hate you in equal measures because you're my little brother. But it's more love than hate. It really is. Sean, at Lady, you have a channel? Yes, she does. See the link above. Rabbit, if you get a chance, can you post Gary's gift single and pin it so that people could see it when they come in, if you don't mind, or Lady Autumn, whoever can do it. I would appreciate that because he's still so far from his goal, and I don't want anything to happen to them. Gary is a really good friend. He's a great guy. And right now he's overstressed. And I don't like that for anybody. If we could do anything, even just sharing it out or letting it be known, every little bit helps. Every step forward helps. So If that's all I can do right now, then that's all I can do. But I'm gonna do it. T-Rex, I was behind, but I just wanted to say, Outpost, I know a girl who likes it like that. Who? You know what? Y'all can have that conversation privately in Discord or in text, because nope, nope, nope. Outpost, my mom's family's cool. My uncle owned the company that invented magnetic info strips and created modern credit cards. Oh, so he's responsible when we all go digital and they take our money away. Good to know. Good to know. Thanks. I like having a target. T-Rex, do you know how ducking tired I am back in the stupid trailer into a stupid door dock fucking 3 times? My arms are tired. How do you think we feel when we're doing it, doggy? You know how many times they're like, back that shit up? Do you know how hard it is to crawl backward and aim at the same time and be on display? Like, my arms get tired too. And then they're always trying to push forward, and they don't tell you when they're going to push forward. You're not ready. You fall forward on your face, and you're like, fuck it, I'll just stay like this. Okay, so don't tell me about being tired of backing shit up. But I love you. Sean D, tell your uncle thanks a lot. Oh my god, did we just agree on something? Because that may be Armageddon. Yeah, bitch. If it's Armageddon, where is the rover? Let's go. Where is that metal machiney thing with the drill on it and everything? Because I need a big old man with a big old drill. Come plumb my hidden depths. Trish wants you to punch her in the face when you're getting on. No, no, no. I prefer no violence. Thank you very much. And I poke back, Shelly. I don't poke. I slap. There's a difference. Because mine are usually challenging. I'm usually like, go ahead, say something. Say something. Go ahead. Oh, I just smacked my friggin' microphone away. Uh, Sean D. Sarcasm. I know a girl who would super like that. Oh, now I know what we're talking about. The pattern. Not Argyle, but anyway. Oh, can I call her Argyle from now on? That would be so funny, at least to me. Hey, Gary. Is it upside? What's the matter? Why you look sad? Why you look sad, Gary? No, 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 no sadness. I didn't even start talking yet. Jeez. No, Shelly, it was about liking getting beaten, and she's into everything freaking. She's into everything freaking or freaky. She's a freaky girl. She's a very freaky girl. The kind you don't take home to mama. Leave that bitch where she at. Yes, dear. I only have 2 videos currently. However, they are 10 hours long with black screen for sleeping, thunderstorms, and wave sound. I mean, oh my God, they're so relaxing. So relaxing. She said, I'm back at a phone call. Welcome back, lady. Okay, lady, put the thing up for your channel, Gary, and Rabbit, put up your gifts and go. If somebody can pin the gifts and go, I can't see it on this side, so I don't know if you did it. I'm sure you did because y'all are super efficient. Way more efficient than me. Well, he left you a comment. Sean left you a comment, lady. If he was still alive, he would thank you all for making him rich. That's nice because I'm always happy that I'm making other people rich and myself poor. 357, Lovey, where have you been? I don't want to go. But oh my God, where have you been? Oh, I've missed you. You and Nyx are like, you drop in and you make me go, ah! And it's like, not in that good way, but like in a different good way. Sure, you can call her Argyle. I like calling her Argyle. 357, welcome. We're talking about all the horrendous things that happen in life. No, I'm kidding. We are going to talk about PTSD, C-PTSD, though. Vinning. Hello, Vinning. Good day, Vinning Reality. Help write a big wrong. Please consider donation to Gary Lamb's Cash App, or Give and Go. Give, Send, Go. I know it's give, send, go, but I cannot pronounce it like that. I don't know why. It just doesn't work for me. I call it gifts and go. Yeah, someone to pin my gives and go. Yes, I did. Uh, I have to pin it. I have to pin it. You know, I really got to give you more freaking powers because I hate doing things myself when I'm on here. You know that. Da, da, da. There we go. La la la. Here, so he feels special this morning. I'll there. I pinned it. Winning's been pinned. Da, 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 da. Thank you kindly. It's Sean. Meow. Mods can't pin. Well, do you think they'll be? How does Jean do it? She does it all the time. Do you think they'll be able to get the digital currency passed? I hope not, because if they do, we're screwed. Check my deal. I did, Rabbit. Thank you so much. I'm gonna put that in my spreadsheet. You know, the spreadsheet that I learned about from you, so I could just copy paste. Thank you very much. T-Rex, she's awesome, but also like I'ma leave that bitch in Florida and drive off into the sunset. You better hope she's not subbed to me. Because if she listens to me, she's heard everything I've had to say and you. I think you're right about the thing you oh, here we go. All right, Edith, go ahead. She's awesome, but also like I'ma leave that bitch in Florida. Mm-hmm. And drive off into the sunset. I think you're right about the thing you said, Shell. I say a lot, dude. We'll talk later. Need some tarot wisdom, I think. Okay. You got it, buddy. Lady Autumn Sigh. Saying hello to everybody. And then we got the expert. Winning has been pegged. Kinky. No. No, 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 no. Winning did the pinning. Like, no, 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 no. I'm not going to let that rumor get out. Chris Mullen. Hey, everyone. Hi, Chris. Good morning. Good morning. Good day. Good day. At the expert. Did the tents send you here? Don't lie to me. The tents? Yeah, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I really don't. So back to the subject at hand. Hypervigilance for me leads to me seeing down the road further and further and further. But I don't have information in the future because I'm psycho, not psychic. So it's very, very hard for me to determine what's going to happen. With my condition, with the C-PTSD, I go for the fatalistic. I go for the worst case scenario. My mind automatically will set up the road ahead of me and show me that nothing, 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 nothing is going to end well. It's a very nihilistic kind of view. Like you're just, they call it catastrophic thinking. And it's extremely hard. You have to train yourself out of that because you know that in your past, anytime you did anything, it ended so badly that you were traumatized. You know, you were traumatized at the beginning, middle, and the end, but the end is always the worst because the end hurts the worst. That becomes something of a constant in your brain. You literally become wired to always see the worst case scenario, to have catastrophic thinking. You cannot think that something good is going to happen for you. Chat is hopping today. Winning reality camping. Camping is intense. Teepees, wigwams. The tense thing just continues to grow in humor. When people know about it, it's funny, and when they don't, it's even funnier. Uh, Experts here to listen, say hello to people, and more than likely for me to put him to sleep. Now we just tuck him in. He already had his cookie, probably. It's gonna take the puppies. They're all gonna like curl up. 357. Young, dumb, and stupid. I mean, horny. No, I mean stupid. You wrote stupid. Why didn't you just put horny? That's dumb and stupid. That's redundant. I mean, why are you repeating yourself? At least come up with like horny or something. Gotta chase the crazies while I can. You gotta chase them before they chase you. Ooh, it is not fun being chased by a crazy person. Let me tell you. Mm-mm. That's how you wind up with like dozens of flowers outside your door or a Christmas tree in your friggin' job or, 100 calls a day on your phone. Yeah, no, leave crazy alone. Don't, I tell you all the time, don't stick your dick in crazy. I know it's a fun ride, but that bucking bronco can kill you and will. Just be careful. And remember, no like personal details. I hope you didn't give her your home address. Dear God. Whenever I have something good going on, I'm just waiting for the bottom to fall out. Well, yeah, you're always waiting for the shoe to drop. That's what that kind of PTSD does for you. Regular PTSD, I'll explain in a minute. Just let me get through this chat. I think they have more tents up in PA. Yeah, but I like southern camping. It's more dangerous, warmer. But then again, maybe I'll fucking move to Alaska and go camping there. The tent lore starts at the expert live chase video. Dear God. Uh, just enjoying the crisp start to the day at the expert. Wishing you a wonderful start to your day. Isn't Lady Awesome? Lady Autumn. I was gonna say you're awesome. Instead, I called you Lady Awesome, and I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Lady Awesome. That's who you are. T Rex. I have to send you this video short. You guys just chatter, chatter, chatter. Pitch intense. Pitch intense. I like guys that pitch tense, but only if I'm the one that's like, okay, go ahead. Because if you pitch a 10 around me and I don't want you to, be prepared for me to kick your stick out of the ground. I'm just saying. The thing is, she's EMS Pacific time. She ain't even awake yet. What? What's EMS Pacific? I don't care. I'm going back to sleep. It's okay, expert. Lay down, go to sleep. Everything's going to be fine. Just relax and just listen along. And God help you, I'll be talking about trauma. So I don't know if you want to listen to this channel. Gossipy. The expert has a shadow friend, Shelly. Don't turn around. I can't believe you didn't start singing that song when I sent you that damn super chat, expert. I'm very disappointed in you. Very disappointed. How dare you? It was funny, y'all. He was sitting there and I just sent him a $2 super chat in the middle of the day that said, "Don't turn around." That's all I put. He read it, his face dropped. He was like, "Oh, why? Why? Why can't I turn around? What's there? You see something? You see something, don't you?" I was dead. I amused myself so bad that day. I was like, "Fuck it, I don't care how much I send on super chats." I kept teasing him. It was so much fun. And then, of course, he mentions that, it's like, "Oh, yeah, I don't know what your face looks like." Really? Because my face is all over the place. Literally, like, it's everywhere. So I sent him a picture of me, and he just looked at it, he laughed, put the phone down. I was like, "Oh, rude." Like, the worst thing he could do is never tell me anything, and of course, I just told him that, but that's okay because I can prank him too. Oh, I can prank him. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, shadow friends don't bother me. Nope. It's fake friends that bother me. No, shadow friends are just fine. They can't touch me. Nope, not at all. Well, I got to do actual work here at this stupid job. Why, Sean? It's not like they expect you to do anything. They hired you knowing you were no good. It's fine. I'm kidding. I love you. Or broken knee. Gary said, or broken knees. That's why God invented pillows and knee pads. I actually made my friend Zuma. Um, I made her knee pads a couple years ago because she's a cheer mom and her kid went to like a local Catholic high school, but they're huge on cheering. And they would go to competitions. And of course, like the moms of the girls that are, like been there the longest, they have a better relationship with the coach. So you get this new mom coming in. She's thirsty for coach. So she makes up all the shit about my friend. And I was like, what is she saying? She said, she was like, she sucks his dick. I was like, really? What do you want to do about that? And she was like, I don't know. I was like, what are the colors for the high school? She was like, purple and gold. I was like, I'll have something Monday because this was like on a Friday. I made her knee pads and I put the school emblem on one. I crocheted in and I crocheted the lettering in the other one. And so when I gave it to her, she was like, you didn't. I was like, I sure did. And she was like, oh my God, this is great. And the next practice that she went to, all those mothers are there. And she was like, hey guys, she's sitting there very nicely pulling these knee pads on. And she was like, look, coach, for later. And he was like, awesome, because he was in on the joke. He was like, yeah, he was like, see, we're getting older. We got to take these precautions, but I'll catch you later. Those mothers never said another goddamn word. Never said another word because she made them feel stupid. It was funny though, because everybody else laughed. Good luck to Argyle finding me. I can literally be anywhere in the continental US. Yes, you can, because you trucked all over this land. I trucked all over this land from Maine to the Rio Grande. Well, I paid a price for this trucking life, but I trucked all over this land. Later, Sean. Have a wonderful day. Mwah! See you, dear. Expert T Rex Trucking. You're running the show. Yes, he is. He's running the show. No Company Inc. And oops, my crazies have my home address. Oh. Oh. I give my crazies my name. Everybody knows my name, Michelle Peterson. You don't like it? Oh well, look it up. You want to come see me? Please do. Please do. Ah, that's a bad idea. Camping in Alaska. Yeah, there's moose and bear. I don't want to go anywhere where there's moose. I don't like moosey. Moosin, like I think they're big and lumbering and just they're very violent. They're like demonic. But that's all right because I've seen bears. Like I've seen videos of bears tearing moosins apart and like all sorts of stuff. They just like one hand, boom. I like those. What song? What? The expert. Shh, don't tell Shelly. She'll yell at me. What? Wait, what? I missed something. What? Oh, I hate that. God. That's why they're doing this to me. They have not one secret between them, but now they're going to pretend like they do just to aggravate the shit out of me. At the expert, get some rest. Rabbit said, get some rest. So, mom has spoken. Off with you. I love you and I wish you would stay the whole time, but she said you have to rest. So, go lay down. Don't hit yourself in the face with the phone because it'll break your glasses. You probably sleep in those damn glasses. I can't picture you any other way. I've never seen your eyes ever. It's just weird. All you people, it's like, I'm talking about winning, and in my head, he's just a goddamn avatar. And like you don't have eyes, obviously. Like if you take the eyes off, I'm gonna see like coating going back and forth across your, eyes instead of gelatinous lumps. The bears can smell the menstruation. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That I did not what? What did I not do? Honey, I pretty much do everything except like one thing. So I would watch what lists you're throwing out at me. Because if you expect me to live up to an expectation where I don't do something, you're gonna be disappointed. Because I'll do it all. I really don't care. My life is short. If YouTube wants to fuck with me, go ahead. Will I go back to the abusive coworkers? Aw, don't say that. God, Outpost, you gotta like adopt some kind of a better attitude about life. Everything in my life could have been shit, but those kids always made me feel better. You need to like take your job and look at it. And you got to think what you're doing with these kids and how much of an impact it's having on them. Screw the adults. The adults don't mean shit. It's the kids. Focus on helping the kids. Be respectful to the adults. I know you think you are, but you get a tone. Iris, moose choose violence often. Yeah, they're dangerous. They look harmless, but I've watched them like tear apart fucking pickup trucks. It's like, I just need sleep. Yes, you need sleep and you need to get that damn trailer loaded. I've seen the expert's eyes. I paid him a super chat to take them off. It's somewhere. I'll send it to you. Aw, T-Rex, that's so sweet. Then he could be human. Because I don't think he's human. I think he's like, like Terminator 2, he's like that cop. Yeah, he's the second Terminator. He's not human, confirmed. I watched the expert when he didn't show his face. I remember the Halloween. Wait, I watched the expert when he didn't show his face. I remember the Halloween episode. Outpost. It's not the kids. It's that one asshole teacher. Well, guess what? There's a lot more than one asshole teacher, and you're gonna meet them all, and they're gonna have, you know, power over you. You really need to like accept that not everybody does their job well or enjoys their job. Teachers are not happy. They're just not happy creatures. We really are not. We're miserable because there's no end to the workday. They tell us we have to answer emails no matter what time we get them. I've answered emails at 3 o'clock in the morning, like, really? And then you wonder why I'm tired. Who is up at 3 o'clock in the morning emailing their teacher? Please read the book A Purpose-Driven Life. I was going to say A Purpose-Driven Life. Good morning, Daisy. This one is too old. No, don't say that. Don't say that. By Rick Warren. So, Outpost. Daisy said, read A Purpose-Driven Life by Rick Warren. So see if you can get that on the audio book or whatever. Anyway, back to the subject at hand. I'm going to ignore chat for a little bit. I want to talk about C-PTSD. Now, C-PTSD is complex post-traumatic stress syndrome. With regular PTSD, you would think of a soldier or somebody who just had, got into a car accident, witnessed a killing, somebody who was like, involved in like some kind of like a victim of like a terrorist plot or whatever, where they, they had to run, or it's always like one type of trauma, one event of trauma, one group of events of the same trauma. It's very not simple, but at least it's easier to find triggers because you know that they're going to be along this line of thinking around these events. Usually you can talk to your therapist, talk to your shrink, pin them down. Not pin them down, pin down the words. Like pin down your triggers. You'll pin down the things that don't make you happy, the things that cause you to have panic attacks or fits of crying that can, cause dissociation. All these things, it's one event that triggers these, like that creates these triggers. It's one, period of time that creates these triggers. With complex PTSD, it's more childhood based. So whereas regular PTSD can occur at any time, can come from any time in your life. It and yeah, I can't. 357 says I have cunt PTSD. Okay, sorry, I'll be quiet. Yeah, I know we weren't supposed to say that word, but I know somebody with that too. I know quite a few people with that. That's what, a shitty woman can do to you. She can mess you up in all sorts of ways and have you never ever trying to be happy again. Like it causes some people to become really, really controlling and I don't know, like maybe a little dismissive. So be careful. Just be careful. Don't be bitter, and don't punish somebody else for, the bitch before her's issues. That's not fair. They're not the same person. But I mean, that's what we do. We don't hurt the person that hurt us because they hurt us and they're usually heartless, so it's impossible. So who do you hurt? You hurt the person that loves you because you think they'll forgive you. And they will, but that doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it fair. Complex PTSD. I was diagnosed with that pretty much the minute my shrink met me. And what it is, it's usually a series of traumas starting from early childhood that lasts for about 15 to 16 years of your childhood. So like it could be from birth to 18, but maybe you had like a good year here or there, because it's never a constant thing, which is what makes it so confusing. Because it's children need consistency. That's what they rely on. They build their world and their ability to bounce back from things, their security, their self-worth, all of that. Consistency is a huge part of that. They cannot build those things without consistency, because you can't build who you are without some type of security. You have to have security so that you are free to make mistakes, and someone is going to be there to help you to figure out what you did wrong and to fix it. That's what being a child is about. It's about trial and error and knowing mommy or daddy or both, I hope, are there ready, to be like, you could do it. You could do it, like, or ready with the band-aid, or ready with the hug, or ready with the, come on, like you knew you could do better than that. Do it again. And this time stop playing around. Get your head in the game. Like, you have that as a child. And it builds your resiliency. It builds your ability to cope and to process. And some people don't get that. And when you don't, and you experience traumas, like I did, it creates this different mindset, this different psychological reaction to life in general. And it's not something that comes and goes. It's something that you always have until you can basically reprogram yourself. And it takes a lot of time. A lot of time. Some of the hallmarks of this. Now, there's quite a few things that point out what, C-PTSD is and what they do. So, as far as health, the mental health, what they do is they become very single-minded, become very laser focused on what's going on right now and where it's going, because they can't just take things, as they come. They can't fly by the seat of their pants. They're going to have to, but in their mind, they've already established what the possibilities are. They've thought of like a million different scenarios, and every scenario ends badly. They never have a scenario in their head that ends well. And that's called catastrophizing, because we don't grow up with security. We grow up saying, oh, look, mom's going to work, and mom's going to work. What's my day going to be like? A 2-year-old can figure out when that door closes, this is what happens. And they react to that. That's what creates the trigger, because you're small and you're helpless. And now somebody's slamming doors and somebody's leaving. And, you can hear his footsteps. Or, you hear him yell, come in here, lay down. And it becomes such a traumatic event in your mind that it's almost like it becomes a fixed place. That memory is alive and it's stuck on that part of the road. And it's up to you if you're going to leave it behind or if you're going to constantly go back to it. So sometimes when I'm talking to somebody and they get aggravated, like face to face. I mean, they get aggravated or whatever, and they're like, "Well, I don't have time for this. I gotta go." When that door closes, I can do one of two things. I can break down on the spot, or I can, because I get this fucking panicked feeling. I feel like the walls are closing in, like there's a vice, like some type of like band around my neck choking the air out of me. And I'll either shut down or I'll collapse and like lose my mind. Like I'll just cry and cry and cry and cry and become that little kid because I know what's coming. Now, my adult mind is saying, stupid. No, he's dead. You're not going to go through that. But it doesn't matter. It's such a rush of memory. I can literally feel my blood flow faster from my feet straight up into my head. And I mean, it's so fast that I'm just like, whoa. Like everything kind of goes a little wonky, and then I have the reaction. I mean, to be fair, the body is the reaction first, but then my mind decides what it can handle. Sometimes it's really good. It does not happen all the time. It's like it was like Hurricane Sandy. It wasn't that big of a hurricane by the time it reached here, but conditions were optimal for it to do the most damage. And that's what our minds tend to be. Like if the conditions are optimal, it's going to hurt. It's going to destroy. And it's going to create even more trauma, because that's what it does. It creates triggers and trauma, triggers and trauma, triggers and trauma. Some dumb bitch one day asked me, she was like, God, do you get triggered by everything? And I wanted to punch her in the face, because who are you to like look at me like that? Like, you, listen, snowflake, you couldn't have lived my life. So don't bitch at me for the things I have to do to make it day to day. At least I'm working on it. You're just a piece of shit that like to stay that way. Me? No, I wanted to move forward. I wanted to grow. I wanted to be a better person. And I became a better person. I can't say that about everybody. Just for a second, let me go back because you guys are typing a lot and I don't really want to stop this too much. Daisy Girl said, my two older brothers were young pastors. When I mentioned to my oldest brother reading that book per my mental health years ago, he let me know that that book was a must read for counselors. Awesome. Thank you, Daisy. In your mirror, so true. Left my ass off. My son did some painting crafts after he takes his bath early. He was tearing up, having a stroke. I got paint on me. What am I gonna do? Yeah, it's like it. The littlest thing can start this huge reaction where people look at you. They're like, it's not that big a deal. Like it ain't that serious to you. You know what follows something like that. To him, maybe he thinks something else follows. He's seen it on TV or whatever. We don't know where we learn these things. Some people see the wrong thing at the wrong time and it becomes information to them rather than what it was meant to be, was just stupid entertainment. That's why they don't recommend that little kids see adult type movies, because they can't process what they're seeing. They don't know it's fake. All they know is this could happen. Oh my God. And they become more afraid, or they get curious about things they have no right to be curious about at that age. Like, just stop messing with the kids. Let the kids be kids. Stop touching, stop looking, stop all the stuff. Maps go on the wall, and I have no problem if they go on the wall with several nails, because you want them to be secure. Gets windy around here. It's a thin book too. Daisy, that's your selling point. It's thin, nerd. It's okay. You can read it quick. Don't worry about it. Well, you got two choices. Stay painted and sticky or go wash up again. Simple? No, because it was the end of the world for him. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. 357. Don't make sad face. I mean, you know me. I have a bunch of trauma in my past. I have had things happen that should never happen to a human being. But it's okay because that's not happening to me anymore. I'm here. I'm trying. I'm trying to be worthy. I'm trying to be a better person. Does my temper sneak out every once in a while and make me want to, be vindictive? Sure does. Sure does. But I will be perfectly honest. The people who draw my temper, well, they kind of deserve whatever I do. Because if I leave you alone, count your blessings. Why are you going to start with me? Why are you going to start with people I care about? Like, stop it. Go away. I don't like bullies. Bullies are monsters. They grow into monsters. They have no regard for anybody else. Now, I'm pushy, but I'm not a bully. And I will beat any bully's ass because it's just stop picking on people. Go get a life. 357 beats 9 millimeters, sending you hugs. This is a safe place. Well, it's my place. Thank you, Rabbit. He needs the hugs. I need the hugs. We all need the hugs. And rabbit hugs are the best ones. You need to hippity hoppity your butt over here and give me a hug. Uh, yeah, I learned patience. I ignore nerds now. That's not nice. Why are you saying that? I think the expert has wonky eyes. Daisy said it. That wasn't me. I did not say you have wonky eyes. I said you have computer eyes. Don't get it twisted. AI confirmed. I turned my anger into laughing now. Just gotta laugh at people. 357. Yeah, I mean, I do that for the most part. I make light of a lot of things, but that's something I just haven't been able to joke about because I haven't been able to talk about it. I've talked about all my other, you know, shameful moments, things that I've done, things that have been done to me, stupid decisions I made that led to things that were not nice. Just I've been honest about all of them, but this last thing, this one's gonna break me for a little bit. But I think once I unpack it all, because there's just so much. And it's not even so much fact, it's the emotion that I packed away. The actions were pretty much repetitive. I mean, he wasn't an original person. But I think just talking about it and being able to say what he did and all that, being able to just purge the memories so I don't live in surround sound anymore. Because even though I can't talk about the memories, don't mean I don't live in them 24/7. You know, that's one of the things I used sex for in the past because it clears my mind. It does. I was thinking about it the other day and I was like, yeah, that is one of the reasons I do that because the touch, that's input for me. That's feedback. That's information. And the more you touch, the more information you're giving me. And if it's pleasurable, hey, I'm down for all the, information given you want to give. Teach me. But it does something to alleviate that constant worry. I my head will go absolutely blank. If I'm in a like submissive position and I'm feeling like a little bit of that terror, I can voice that or I can just shut down. And that's the thing. Like if I'm with somebody who's very strong and I share that with them, for me it's easier because I'm in a safe place and I'm with somebody that I literally trust with my life. So I would trust them with my mind. I would trust them with my shame. And again, I don't believe that it was ever my fault, but it was still my shame to carry because he didn't want it and somebody assigned it to me at a very young age. That's going to be the hardest thing for me is to not feel the shame, to feel worthy. Because it's very hard to feel worthy when you feel graffitied. I feel vandalized and violated and cheapened. I feel like the me that I grew into being never got a chance to be the person she was meant to be. I wound up vulgar and caustic and abrasive and aggressive and I mean mug all the time. I mean, Jill used to see me in the thing. She'd be like, "Oh my god, who pissed you off that you mugging like that?" I'm like, What is your fucking problem?" She'd be like, "You want to fight?" Like that's where I get it from because we're just you want to fight? I'll fight you. If that's what you need, I'll fight you. And then we'll go for ice cream. Like what the fuck, bitch? But you know, I I'm a harder person than I wanted to be. When I was little, I was always in dresses and I was, rosy cheeked and smiling and I just wanted to be around people. I was happy. The way my daughter is now with that happy go lucky kind of, oh yeah, always smiling, the big apples on her cheeks, that would have been me. And instead, I got this. This is like the longshoreman version of the girl that I should have been. And it pisses me off because I feel robbed. Now, wait, what'd you say, Anya? Let's see. Let's go back a little bit. Wonky eyes. Okay, so I know where we were. I turned my anger into laughing. It just got left people. We just covered that one. Hugs back at you, rabbit. If you need a good cry, An Uphill Climb is a great book. Oh Lord, I used to have an autographed copy, but it got lost years ago. It's a true story about a boy who was abused, then abandoned when he was young. I kind of wish they would have abandoned me because it would have been better. Because they were the ones that I need to get away from. He wound up tricking his way into the military, not being able to read. Then created an unbreakable crew and was supposed to get paid from the government. They effed him over, of course. Of course they did. Unreadable code? Oh. Then created an unreadable code. Okay, that makes more sense. I was confused. T-Rex, I'm not okay. I'm mad and tired. You're mad and tired, but not at us. So, it's okay. You can have all your feelings. Have them all. Have them all. Just remember you're working and you don't want to get fired. And we love you. Every day is a new choice. Own it. 357. Yeah. Yeah. But there are people that come along and they don't know your triggers and they don't know your buttons yet. And they push them and push them and put the same button over and over and over. And it's just like, did they not hear me go quiet hours ago? It's just like, So it's like, whatever. And potty mouth. I got a big heart and a potty mouth. Just a teddy bear with big teeth. 357, you stop. You are not a teddy bear with big teeth. You're a teddy bear with big arms, big arms to like just take us all and hug us all. Rabbit said, Shelly, at T3, it's not your fault. The shame is on them. Hugs to you, sweetie. Thank you, Rabbit. I love you. Yeah, I would love to be able to say that, yeah, no, it's on them, not me. But no, they made sure to cover their ass that, they convinced me it was my fault. I should have stopped it. How do you tell a 7-year-old that, oh, you should have stopped your father from doing blah, 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 blah? Really? Really? I should have stopped him at 7. I was what? 40 pounds? 35 pounds? Like, I don't know. I was super skinny at that point. And I did. When I was little, I tried to make myself as ugly as possible because I thought it would help. I was like, I was at one point I got like sickly skinny and my hair was just long and just It had no shape to it. There was no shine. You know, every picture of me that you could see, I can't smile. And you could see like my face became like really drawn. And I dressed in horrible clothes. Like I would pick the ugliest clothes to wear. And then I cut my hair off. And it was just like my mother didn't know what to do. She was like, I don't get it. Why is she doing this? And that was the beginning of my self-harm. Because that's how I harm myself. I created a divide, a barrier between me and everybody else. Because I had to. I couldn't let the filth that was on me get on anybody that I loved. I think that hurts me more than anything. That and the fact that nobody bothered to protect me. Kind of tells you, if it happens once or twice, okay, I can see them getting away with it. But literally, since I'm 3, all the way through 9, mostly weekly, and like you should be happy to have a sleepover at dad's. Everybody's happy sleeping over at dad's this weekend. No. You could have told me I was going to like just a firing squad or something, but I would have rather been shot over and over and over than have those weekends. And I'd come home and my grandmother would, honey bunch, what happened to you? Because I'd be covered in dirt. I'd smell like his animals because that's where I slept. Yeah, we don't have a thing. So you're gonna sleep on the floor with the dogs. Yeah, sure. I'd have dead flies on my pajamas. And I wouldn't be able to talk. I wouldn't talk for days. Days. And if I did, I'd yell. And I'd snap at my mother. And instead of saying, what is wrong with you? They'd all turn around and say, you always have an attitude when you come back from being with your father. Okay. Tiny as I was, did nobody think that maybe that was a signal? What kid comes back with an attitude at 6 years old? And I'm not talking like a little bit. I mean, like I was bitchy. I remember that. I remember all of that. And I remember my mother always saying, you hurt me. You always hurt me. And that was his point. Mission accomplished. He got to hurt my mother by proxy and destroyed me and got his rocks off in the meantime. So, where was there not a win for this man? And he knew I wouldn't say anything. How could I? He told me he'd kill my grandmother. And to prove it, my dog Chance, my dog that saved my life and was like the only real thing that cared about me as a baby, bit my father so he couldn't beat me to death. He shot her. He shot her, and I was there. So no, I'd never tell. And I think part of me still holds on to that. You guys know how I feel about animals. And Chance was my first dog. She taught me how to walk. She protected me so many times from him. So many times. She never left my side at the flea market. And he picked me up one day, and the 2 dogs were in the van. His buddy from his commune house, whatever the fuck it was there. And he lived in Dover at the time. And we were driving there, and it was a long drive. And he said, the dogs have to go to the bathroom. Come on, let's get out. Okay. I didn't think nothing of it. Shoo Shoo, the poodle, she was blind at that point because she was so old. Chance was only like 6 or 7 years old. No, she was 7 or 8 years old because she was like a year or two older than me. And he just shot her. She was running around and he shot her. And I heard her whimper and I heard her fall. And his friend held me back and wouldn't let me go to her. And he left her. He left her in that field and he just. She went over and I remember calling her to me. But she heard the whimpers and so she went toward the sound. Because Chance took care of her. And I couldn't look anymore. And he just shot her. Out of everything he ever did to me. That's the one I can't forgive. You can hurt me all you want. And I know he did it to control me. I knew he did it to scare me and it worked. But I, I knew he was heartless. But I didn't know he was evil until then. I didn't understand how cruel he could be. He left her there to die alone. My only source of security around him, my only protection. And I couldn't even hold her when she died. See, that's the shit that causes traumas to build when you can't let it out because somebody's gonna get hurt if you do. And he convinced me. If I told anybody, he'd find a way. He'd hurt my grandmother. He'd hurt everybody I love. So, of course, I didn't say anything. And yet, he would put on a show when he dropped me off. And my grandmother saw him. He parked right in front of her so she'd see. And I remember she didn't say a word for me to get away from him, to get out of the car, nothing. He did what he wanted to do real quick and he smiled at her. He lifted me up, put me right out the window of the car, just stood me up. He didn't bother opening the door. And she grabbed my arm. She yanked me so hard she left black and blues on my arm. And she was just shaking. And he drove off with a smile on his face. And she said, "What is wrong with you? How could you let that happen? How could you let him do that? You're disgusting, God. Don't you know you're dirty? That's dirty, Michelle. You should be ashamed." And I never said a word. I didn't have to. Everything I said, it wouldn't matter. She'd made up her mind. Here's my hero telling me that I'm shit, basically. God, you're gonna turn out just like him. That was the last thing she said that day. She didn't talk to me the rest of the day. The only thing she used to say when she got mad at me throughout my whole life, and I know she was malicious about it because she'd look to see if it hurt. Jesus Christ, you're just like your father. Oh, that could shut me down in a heartbeat. Just like your father. Those exact words all the time. I was dealing with my daughter and talking to my husband, and I was irritated because I'd worked all day and they didn't even wait for my foot to get in the door before everybody's bitching at me. And I sat down and I said, "Can we just fucking eat? Can I have a fucking meal?" And she goes, "You ungrateful God. You don't only think of yourself. You're a piece of da, 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 da." And she just went on and on and on. And then she goes, "I should expect something like this from you. Yeah, just like your father." And that was not the right day to say that to me. That's where the Jersey table flip happened. That was the second one in my life. And this one was well deserved. As I flipped that whole fucking table, macaroni went flying, iced tea went flying. I give a fuck. And I roared, "Don't you say it!" And I just, when I tell you I roared, you think I'm loud now? No. No, this is not loud. When I get loud, I got some lung capacity you wouldn't believe. My lungs are only a quarter usable, but I use the fuck out of them because I am loud. When I lose my temper, I am terrifying. It doesn't matter how big you are. It doesn't matter if you got weapons on you. It does not matter. You would think that just a tank, an angry beast is coming at you because I'm completely mindless. It's gone. It's just gone. Give me a sec. I'm all ready. I want to blow my nose, but I don't want to blow it in your ears. So just, hum amongst yourselves. All right. So I'm going to, God, everything's I got tears everywhere. I knew this was not going to be an easy stream. I knew it was not going to be a popular stream because, who the hell wants to hear that? But you guys, I started this as therapy for me and to show all of you that, and anybody else out there, that doesn't matter how bad it gets. It doesn't matter how bad it was. 357. I'm here. He's not. I love life. I love people. I don't like people, but I love them. I still love animals. I'm gentler with animals than I am with people. I trust them more. I still love. I still love and I still care. And he didn't get to turn me into the monster that he wanted me to be. He didn't win. He didn't win. I win. I have kids that I love. Oh, I protected all their lives from parasites and predators. I made sure my kids knew that they were wanted, they were loved, they were needed, they were essential parts of my life, and that until they went off and created lives of their own, my entire existence revolved around them. They are everything to me. They are life. They are hope. They're the future. They're every complicated thing about me made real simple. Mine. That's what my life boils down to in my head. Mine. When you're mine, I protect you. I love you. I comfort you. And I will never, ever, ever abuse you the way I was abused. I will never hurt you like that. So it comes down to being real simple for me. When you're mine, I take care of what's mine. I won't neglect it. I won't tell it not to feel what it's feeling. I wish I could love myself the way I love other people. Rabbit, I don't ever want anybody to take my pain, but I love you for saying that. Thank you. I don't want anybody to feel what I feel. That's why I do this. That's why I rip it open. I know I missed a whole bunch of, chat, but I couldn't. That's the kind of thing that can't be interrupted. I can't stop and change emotions because then I'll stay in the new emotion and give up on the harder one, the more difficult one. And just imagine, y'all, that isn't even the stuff that sticks in my throat that I can't say. These are not the words I choke on. They just have a lot of connections to it. It is 9:30. Let's go back and see if I can catch up with chat because, Lord. T-1000. All right. So, expert was fun. Halloween with the expert was fun. Read the book. Driven. Yeah, okay. That's 1 years old. Record. Da da da. Saw that. Saw that. A lady almost guy. Yes, he and the white rabbit were so cute. They're always cute. I've got PSD. Yes, I know. I'm cute with porpoise driving lice. I can't with you, Inya. Um, Inya, so true. There's some point in crying early. I got pain. Like a thin book. I read out loud. Sorry. Well, you got 2 choices. Shelly, don't be sad. 357. But a good cry, sometimes you need one. Uh, if I learned patience, I ignore nerds. Now I read that. I think that's very wonky. Oh my god, why do I feel like I read all of this? But uh, you want to trick his way to okay. I have them over, of course. Of course, I read that. Or doing a choice on it. Blah blah blah. It's not your fault. I'm not saying blah blah blah. I'm just trying to get through. Uh, love you. Hugs to you too, Rabbit. I love you, Rabbit. 357. I love you too. You guys have just always. I don't know what it is. 357. You don't show up, and when you do, it's always a crying day. To be fair, I have a lot of crying days, but I got a lot of shit to work through. Where else would I work through it? I was a baby and had an uncle I liked it, and would pleasure myself in my high chair. My mom didn't realize, and I'm not sure why. We learned 25 years later when he confessed to my aunt about it. And yeah, hmm you people would be surprised how young that starts. Um, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. It didn't for me. It didn't feel good. I was so small. I mean, I told you my dad, my father, fucking bastard that he is. I need a cigarette. Um, when we worked in the flea market, they'd hang out after hours, all the guys and my mother and some of the other wives, and there were kids, teenagers that they were either the kids of the people that worked there, or they were a couple kids that worked there so that they could have a place to sleep at night because their parents had kicked them out. This was 1977, so Fairfield Flea Market in New Jersey. It was an indoor flea market. And we had the front section of the whole thing because our leather goods were amazing. And that was the job. My father didn't do anything. He just schmoozed the people because that's what he is, or what he was. He was a charming asshole. Um, that's why charm kind of rubs me the wrong way sometimes because it's a little reminiscent. Usually only when you're new. Like after that, I'd be as charming as fuck once I trust you. But in the beginning, like if you come across like, hey, da, 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 I'm automatically gonna call you on your bullshit. It's we already fight from the jump. We're fighting because I don't trust you. Um, but then if you can gain my trust, then like I said, you can be as charming as you want. But yeah, when I was I was 2.5 when we started, but he didn't like when we started working at the flea market. But he didn't get real brave until it was a little after my 3rd birthday. And the boys who like teenagers, so 16, 17, 18, around there, the ones that lived there, they didn't really have money. They didn't get to go anywhere. They worked for a place to live and free food. he would get favors from them, get them to make things or whatever. And I was the payment. I was the trade. They could practice whatever they wanted. They could learn whatever they wanted. Oh, I was like a fucking training dummy. He knew exactly what to say to get me to shut up, too. If you tell anybody, I'm going to get your mother. And I've seen him beat the hell out of my mother in front of me. I heard it. And I used to freeze because what else could I do? The dogs would surround me. Nobody was getting near me, but I couldn't help her. And Chance would not leave my side to go help her. It was like, fuck you, bitch. This is my baby. I don't know you from Adam. Like, I'm not loyal to you. I'm loyal to her. I think that's always been a problem with my mother because a lot of people were more concerned about me as a baby than her. And I think she resented me for it. She still resents me for it. I mean, to be fair, she cared more about her husband than me getting raped at 15 years old. She cared more about, well, he wasn't her husband yet. He was her boyfriend. She cared more about him when I came home with a crooked jaw and a big ass black and blue that went from like the corner of my eye all the way down to underneath my jaw. Because this motherfucker hit me with a goddamn baseball in his hand. Boom! That's why I can't hear out of that right ear very well. I mean, it's all well and good. He punched the other side of my face and everything kind of clicked back into place. Not well. My jaw still clicks. Here comes the child. Time to read the chat. Because they know, but they don't know, And I'd rather keep it that way. Catherine, I'm doing a show. Avanza. This isn't meant for your ears, nosy. Come on. It's not your fault. I would love to believe that. I really would. And yeah, I'm very sorry for what happened to you. I'm very sorry. I have a couple people that I know with very similar stories. And I'm just going to tell you what I told them. Of course you did what felt good. You're a baby. I probably would have been less traumatized if I didn't hurt from it so much. Maybe if there was a little pleasure to it, I could have at least said, well, all right. But no, there was no trade-off for me. Your mom didn't realize and you're not sure why. I struggled with that for years because I'm so aware of what my kids do and who they're around and like even a slight change in their character. And I'm like, what happened? What's going on? Like, because again, hyper vigilant, if I hear a change in tone, my son can make me cry just changing his tone. He knows how to terrify me. And I don't think consciously he knows he's doing it, but he's still doing it. And then he feels all regretful later. And I'm like, yeah, you're sorry, but you keep repeating the same mistake. Why must I cry? Why? Why must you scare me? The day that he almost friggin' like he went to like lift his hand up, I plastered myself against the wall and he didn't know what happened. Cause I was like, no, don't. He triggered me bad. And he's never been aggressive toward me since. Because he did not expect that reaction. He did not expect for me to look at him with fear. And I was terrified. And he's never done it again. And I told him, I said, not for nothing. I was like, you do that to the wrong person, they're going to put you down permanently. There's nothing I can do. Nothing. I can't bring people back from the dead. I can't, make sure that your life is crime free. because you lost your temper. I can't keep you out of jail. That's up to you, Bubba. And like, not for nothing. If you wind up fucking up in the future, I don't know how I'm going to take it. I really don't. I want to say I'll be there for you, but I don't know that I will. I mean, God, I know that I will, but he doesn't need to know that. He doesn't need to know there's that unconditional fucking mother's love. I want him to think, yo, I'll be on my own. Let me not fucking do this. But so, and I am very, very sorry. I'm very sorry. And I really hope that you love that little girl. Wasn't her fault, wasn't her doing. And you can't accept blame for something that you can't control, especially when you're at such a disadvantage. And I know it's pot calling the kettle black, but you know, one rule for you, another for me. But I'm sorry. You're very, very loved. I mean, I love that you came around and we got to know each other and you didn't just jump ship when shit hit the fan either time. 357 said you're a tough mama. Well, mamas are usually tough. At least the kind I know. Chris Mullen. Oh, thank you, sweetie. Rabbit said I'm on the phone. Thanks, Winnie. He said, I'm so sorry, Shelly. I know, honey. I know. My cat is giving Shelly Liz. Oh, your Coda. Your Coda? What do you have, a dog? Oh, dog, cat, what do you have? Don't confuse me. My brain ain't working. But whatever's giving me love, thank you. I give love right back. Give it a squish. I would love a few minutes alone with this person. 357. Well, he's dead. He was, let's see, I was 28, which means he was 60. No, he was 59. He was 59 when he died. I think. Yeah, he was 59 when he died. Around there. It was either 59 or 60. My brain won't math. I can't even add like 2 and 4 or whatever. It's just not happening right now. But yeah, he got his stomach ache at the commune that he lived in Pennsylvania. Me not knowing he was like 2 hours from me, and he was right there, like right outside the freaking Poconos. He had a little trading station, and it's like, okay, they made shit. It's like, whatever. He always loved commune living, and he always wanted to have like a plot of land, have all his females, and that's exactly what he did. The man was gigantic. He had like no finesse. He smelled. He was gross. He had like long, greasy hair that he never friggin' washed, and he was real pompous. Thought so much of himself. He had this long, disgusting, scraggly, like just bushy beard. God, I can't stand him. But yeah, he got a stomach ache. And he thought, they said he thought he was just getting sick. Maybe he'd get the runs or something. He went to bed and he was screaming in a couple hours. And they rushed him to the hospital. And they said he had like it wasn't a stomach ache that he had. He was having a heart attack. And the heart attack continued and continued and continued and kept going because he thought it was indigestion. And because he was so big, who the hell could tell? So he went to the hospital. He had a massive coronary when they got there. And according to the records, they tried to save him. He wound up stroking out. and then his heart stopped because he was a vegetable and everything. He went all brain dead, and they said he suffered. And I talked to the nurse, and she was like, "I remember." She was like, "He was one of my patients," and she did not sound happy about it. And she was like, "Yeah, he." She said, "I'm sorry, he went, you know, eventually." And I was like, "Well, was it painless? I mean, but did he feel it?" And she said that he had not been administered drugs. They don't know why nobody had given him anything, but they didn't even like he didn't take anything before that. But she said we weren't worried about pain relief. We were worried about the life force. And I was like, okay. So they said we just had to keep him alive. Then we could figure out, was he allergic to anything? And she was very, very sweet. It was a much, much older nurse. And she was like, I've seen tons of things like that. And I said, "No," like, okay, so you didn't give him pain meds, so it hurt. And I think she caught on because she said, "Who is this to you?" I said, "My fat fuck of a father." And she said, "Oh, no, he suffered." And I was like, "Thank you. Thank you for that." Because as evil as that sounds, I'm glad he suffered. I wish he would have suffered as many fucking years as I did. Oh, he got an hour or two of pain. Oh, God forbid. I don't give a fuck. I hope he's in the darkest, hottest, most painful circle of hell, being visited daily by God and the devil, and they both take turns fucking him because it's the only thing they agree on. Like, that's what I want. I am vindictive as fuck when it comes to him because I would have loved to have hurt him myself. When people attack me, that's the part of me I'm reining in. The part that don't give a fuck anymore. The part that's hurt and scared and says, yeah, let me see what I can do to you. Because once I start, I won't stop. There's no force in this world that can stop me. I'm vindictive. I'm vicious. I'm creative. And I'll enjoy it. Oh, yeah. I'll enjoy my revenge. And I know it, which is why I won't do it. I won't do it. I will not feed that beast. I won't. I won't become him. Not in any way. So I'm a doormat sometimes. It's easy to take advantage of me because I don't want to be like him. So I go the other way. You guys know me. I can never figure out which way I want to go. That's why I'm bisexual. Why limit myself?
It's a lifestyle. It's a fetish.
It is what it is. Okay, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree. My Gramps did the same thing. Mama broke the cycle. Good, good. 357. No kid should have to go through that. T-Rex said, on a good note, I'm legal and underweight. He said underweight, but I knew what he meant. He's underweight. It's about time they settled your damn truck out. These people, I swear. 357. If I could booby hug you, I would. It's funny because I have all these triggers and everything from the past that I've gotten over. And I'm just assaulting people left and right with my tits. Honestly, though, I mean, I never left behind like somebody traumatized. I always left them with a smile on their face. Uh, because I'm a giver. Nix. Can't stay because of work, but wanted to say, Shelly, you're loved around the world. Bro, you just, you just made my heart sink like about 3 inches further into my chest. That's a good thing. So keep your head up and be as strong as we know you are and can be. Much love from the other side of the plane too. I love you, Nix. I really do. The day you came around was just so fun. Thank you, Rabbit. Again, I would never give anybody my pain. It's hard enough for me to give you my memories. Old Gramps came around before he passed and reconciled. Yeah, they always seem to want to reconcile right before they go, don't they? It's like their last parole hearing. It's like, come on, just let me out. Let me just please. I'm a changed man. And you hope they are, but then you kind of want to kick them in the balls, as too. Is it? You're like, yeah, you're changed. Now you are. Rabbit T3, it's not your fault. If I could, I would hurt that piece of shit. Oh, Rabbit, you probably shoot him right in the head because you would not like this man. He looks like the devil. He does. You look at him and he's just dripping evil. People never saw it. I saw it. I knew from shit the very first time he ever held me. Do you know he never held me where I wasn't crying unless he was feeding me? My mother said he would come near my crib or near my bassinet and I would lose my fucking mind. I gotta let it out somewhere, 357. Be right back. Gotta grab a phone call. 357, you could always cry with me. Always. Shelly, it's not bravery, it's utter cowardice. What's not bravery? I don't get it. I don't know who you're talking about, T Rex, because you just went from being underweight at the scales to cowardice, not bravery. I missed something somewhere. So I'm not high functioning right now, if you believe it. So I'm a little. I feel better, but I don't know what else this list is going to do. My mother puts the fear in me. Mama, the good kind of fear, though. Mama's the good kind of fear. Oh, yeah. They make you aware. I made my kids aware. My uncles used 2x4s to Grandpa's head when they found out. Evil thing he was doing to my. Yep. Yep. Part of me knew that my dad, daddy, the good one, my stepfather, um, my uncle, and probably my grandfather. Well, no, probably about it. He would have led the charge. Fucking old 5 foot nothing that he was. If they knew, sorry, I'm trying to breathe because I'm getting like this panic, like this wheeze because my chest is closing. They would have killed him. They would have killed him. They would have tortured him, and then they would have killed him. And I couldn't have that on my conscience. It's not that I didn't want him to be dead. I did. I prayed for it. God, so much of my life was spent praying for that man to drop dead. But no, I think that's where my dark humor comes from because I used to talk to God and be like, can't you just, he's a big man. Like, he's not fast. Can't you, like, hit him with a bus? Next time he tries to go on the back of a horse and, like, his fat ass, like, drop him in a lake somewhere. Can you, I don't know, poison his food? Like, I came up with all these different ways he could die. They used to make me so happy. And, like, I told my shrink, and I was like, does that mean I'm psychotic? She said, no, that means you're human. She was like, if you didn't want something done to him to permanently, like, remove him from the world, I would have been very surprised. She said, I would have worried about you then. Rabbit said, I've been through similar. Someday I'll tell you about it. Listen, a lot of people that come here and talk to me and listen to me, I know that y'all have traumas, like intense, complex traumas. And, that's why I'm here. I could tell all this to my therapist. I could do that and I don't have to worry about getting yeeted and I don't got to worry about anything. But I chose to come here. And I'm giving out ammo that people could use against me to hurt me. I mean, I give you guys a roadmap of how to destroy me. And I trust you not to do it because I trust you to listen and to take my words in and to realize that I'm going through this for me, but I'm showing it for you because I know that there's people who have not looked back, who have not let go of that last bit of pain and darkness, because who will they be once it's all gone? Or they don't want to face it, or they figure it's in the past, it's not affecting me now. Yeah, it is. It always affects you if you don't deal with it. 357. He is German Shepherd. He nibbles on command. Who is? He's a German Shepherd. He nibbles on command. Well, yeah, you know, those German Shepherds and their nibbles can be quite a bit. Anybody who's texting my phone, please don't, because, well, I mean, you can, but I'm not going to see it till I'm done. I can't. Today's not a day where I can juggle that many things. Let me get a sip of coffee. Ooh, happy Monday to me. I know that was bad, but I feel better. I feel like I made a connection I was terrified to make before. I'm glad he suffered too. Fuck him. He's just garbage. Gary Lamb said, selfish lady. Who? I'm selfish? All right. To each his own. I'm very good at choosing ride or die friends, Shelly. I'm very good at choosing ride or die friends. Shelly, winning, Jessica, Argyle, people that will move mountains, but also if I piss them off, I'll have the fear of God put in me. Yeah, we're all very like la 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 until you fuck with us or fuck with somebody that we love. And yeah, you made the cut, bro. Thank you, T-Rex. It is my pleasure to be considered part of your ride or die group. I'm honored. I really am. It's very flattering because it takes a lot. Not real sure I'd put Argyle in there. You don't really know her that long. Do you guys know that T-Rex was my very first friend on YouTube? On the internet, really, because I didn't know anybody at all. So it was T-Rex and then it was Darth. What a combo, right? It's like I went from one end of the spectrum to the other. No pun intended. I'm not talking about any kind of like autistic thing. I just mean, you know, like one end of the ruler to the other. There we go. But that's what I had. I used to get so happy to see them. Neither one of them understood why. I'm a real sheepdog. I protect my flock. 357. You're so cute. Human centipede sounds good. In your MERS. I don't know what that means. Can we chop them up? I mean, I don't know. Sounds shitty, Jacob. Hey T, I'm sorry I'm late. Rough night last night. Found myself fixing a toilet. Ooh, at 3 a.m. because nothing can ever go right. I feel you. Believe me, we had many of those 3 a.m. overflowing toilets where I'm like, God damn it, you fucking kids. Because it's like, how much toilet paper do you need? Like your ass is this little. Ugh. And you sound shitty, Jacob. Bet you were pissed. Oh, you clever bitch. Oh my God. That was horrible. And I loved them both. Oh my God, you're so cute. And yeah, I love it. I have trauma, but not the same type. I can sympathize, but not empathize. I think you want to reverse that. But no, I would hope you don't have that same trauma. I don't wish that trauma on anybody. Anybody. I have such a headache above my eyes now. It's like, see, and yeah, I have the crying headache. That's what I got. I got the crying headache. 357. I'm a mama bear. If someone tries to hurt my family, that's rabbit. Saying it to 357. I'm so confused. Carrie Lamb. That's what you're talking about. He said we had this discussion offline, T3. Bisexuals are selfish people that refuse to pick a side. Yes, I remember. And fuck you too. Like you and Winning go over there and we could go debate it together. I'm gonna do what I want to do. But yes, I remember. Inumers. Darth was mine. Yeah. I attract him. What can I say? Same. Because I see the similar breaks and I'm like, I can fix them. And you can't. Castro! Jacob Castro. Sup, savages. Oh, you just missed a huge crying fit. It was great. I think it lasted like a half an hour or an hour. I don't even know. I know my ears hurt. And yes, they're clogged right now. Like I can't. I feel like I went up in an airplane. So thank God I don't have to listen to any of you because I wouldn't hear you. Sup, take a seat because we're just getting into it. And I started early. I can't consider myself bisexual. I would never want a real relationship with one of me. Bitch, that's not the shit you say out loud. That's the quiet part. Damn it. I say I don't want to date crazy bitches. I never say I couldn't handle me. What are you, crazy? I don't want to deal with me. Like, get out of here. Why do they call it boo? Because the sound of it should scare you. Really? Really? I mean, I'm smiling, but I'm kind of like, really? Like, I hate you all. Horrible, horrible people who I love so fucking much. Anyway, all right. So we're caught up on chat. Kinda. 357 said, my mama bear spent 9 years in war zone. She's a tough nerd. Well, there you go. My mother is wimpy. Wimpy, wimpy, wimpy. She is the ever damsel in distress. She's the, oh, I need a big, strong man to help me. It's like, and it aggravates the fuck out of me because I'm so not like that. I probably would have been without all my fucking issues, but no. Like, I look at her like, wow, do you have a brain in your head? Because I don't think you do. It's weird how little respect I have for her. I love her because she's my mother, but the respect just isn't there. Okay, so mental health. Anyone with C-PTSD catastrophizes. It's the end of the world. They go for worst case scenario. I do both. They have extreme preparedness. They're always getting ready to face something. Like they're prepared. That's why in a crisis, they're usually fine because that's when they shine. They're used to high pressure like things. That's why they have high pressure jobs usually and stuff like that. And then afterwards they fall apart. And that's me all over. Like you could throw anything at me you want. I will handle it in that moment. I will protect everybody I care about. And as soon as I know they're safe, you're no longer, a threat, I just drop. Like it's just horrible. And you said I take drugs to get away from her. Yeah. I mean, I've done that for the past few years. The more I remember, the more it keeps pushing to get spoken. It's almost like the memories have a life of their own. Like they want to be free. They don't want to be locked up all the time. And maybe if I unpack them, they don't have the power they did, or maybe like a lot of my memories after I talk about it the first time and it hurts to get it out. And it literally feels like my soul is being shredded. But then after that, it's better. It's not okay, but it's better. And then after that, like, the more I tell it, the more I can make lighter of it. And that's when my humor kicks in, with the very inappropriate dark jokes that make people go, and I'm just like, hey, pussy. Like, that shit was funny. I don't care who you are. But yeah, that's why I crack jokes at the worst times, because the person, you might find it offensive, but I guarantee you the person who's upset has been waiting for somebody to just be like, okay, this balloon is getting too big. Pop! And there we go. Look how funny. Confetti. And I do that on purpose. Nothing I do or say is usually on a whim. I hate to tell you. If I told you what I wanted to say on a whim, you'd never speak to me again ever, because I can't associate with her, because I can say the most vile fucking things unabashedly. Rabbit, it needs to come out or it'll eat you alive. It's what it's been doing my whole life. It's just, that's a barrier between me and living well. And I want to live well. I do. I want to live well, and I want to I want to have a good life the rest of my life. I don't want him to, he already stole 49 years from me. So it's like, why am I willing to give him any more? He's dead. Praise Jesus. God works slow, but he works, and the day I got the death certificate in the mail, I felt a lightness of being that I had never felt before. Ever. Because see, all the people out there who have hurt me, like my ex-husband, Carlos with his bullshit and, what he took from me, all of that, none of those people scare me anymore. They don't scare me. They don't have any kind of control over me. And I did away with those triggers a long time ago. And it took years of hard work for me to get rid of all of them. He's my only obstacle. And to be fair, it's not just him. It's that time. It's the whole, of my childhood that keeps me, it holds me back, because I can't trust. I mean, if you know anything about childhood development, there are certain stages where you have to be, your needs have to be met, and you have to be able to pass that stage, or you can't really move on to the next one. That part of you is not foundationally solid. So you're unstable. When they tell you somebody's unstable, that's why they pick that word. Not because they can flip back and forth or whatever, but because the foundational, morality and ethics and fundamentals, they're not there. This person was not loved, or they weren't fed correctly, or they were potty trained too late or too early or whatever. And it causes a developmental hiccup. You could either be advanced in your development, or you could be delayed in your development, or your development could just not happen at all. There are people who are missing certain key developmental, milestones in their life. And they pay for it as adults. It hurts their relationships. It hurts their ability to work. It hurts their ability to take care of themselves. All because someone did not do their job when they were raising you. And yes, I took drugs to get away from it all, because for the past, 5 years, I've been doing nothing but smoking pot just to numb it. Because when I think about it, I self-harm. And I'm not doing drugs right now. I'm down to, like, 1/2 a joint at night. That's it. And I'm looking at the joint in front of me. It's sitting underneath my computer for tonight. There's half a joint left, and that's my last one. I have some loose weed for the bong, but meh. Like, I'll do it if I want to do it, but it's not necessary. Gary said, boom! No more years given. We'll see. I don't plan on giving more, but it's going to take me a little while to work through the harder stuff. That talk with Caitlin was my first step to letting go of what that lady did to me when I was working David's Bridal. Oh, I believe it. I believe it. And I know it was hard for you, but Jesus, look at you. You're like, you argue with me like I ain't fucking scary. And maybe I'm not scary to you, and that's good because I was afraid I would be. I was terrified that you'd be afraid of me. Whatchamacallit? 357. We might be related, Shelly. I practice hard to not share the true thoughts. Oh, yeah. Poor people would cry. Yep. I know. You say I'm not scary, and that's good. I don't want to be scary to you. But it was Ask Winning. It was a concern because I'm abrasive as fuck. Like, I give sandpaper, like, they look at me and go, damn. Like, it's, T-Rex, I'll call you later tonight after I sleep. Also, they gave me an extra day to deliver. Yay! So that's good. Awesome, dude. They needed to give you an extra day to deliver. They had you sitting there for how many freaking hours? Gary said, I'm of soft women. Those are the women I trust the least because they're usually the ones with an agenda. I don't think that women act soft around men from the jump unless they're already like, I really like I might need something. Like, I just soft women do they set me off a little bit because I'm like, bitch, you're gonna take everything I say wrong. Like, I do not want to be around a bitch who's gonna say, she said this and she said that. And that was that little bitch that had me transferred. All I said was, I hope you fall and break your face. And she was like, I fear for my life. I didn't say I was going to throw you off the roof, but we're getting there. Like, T-Rex, I'm not scared of you, Shelly, but also I'm the type to run toward the red flags. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Cough, Argyle, cough, cough. Now I'm a red flag. Fuck you. Marijuana, that's not a drug. Well, for me, it is the way I use it. I use it to, like, basically be giddy and then knock the fuck out. I was doing it all day, every day to be numb. And I realized with that numbness came an apathy that I was not expecting. I don't like being apathetic. I'm a very passionate person. For good or for bad, I'm very passionate. You know, I'm always, like, boom, bigger than life. Like, when I'm down, everybody feels it. Everybody. Gary Lamb, I come from a family full of abrasive, aggressive women. Okay. But you had a problem with your family, so that worries me. Jacob, when all else fails, there's rooftops. That's right. I'm going to punch you in the neck about 12 times. T-Rex, I like drugs. Thanks. Wow, this chat is, I'm definitely, I didn't even open up the damn YouTube studio to see if I went green or yellow. I'm sure it's still green. What are they going to say? Oh, she's hysterical crying over this. And yeah, let's demonetize her as well. Shut up. I like drugs. I'd still be doing them if not due to this job. I never liked hard drugs. I am not somebody. The hypervigilance did do one thing for me. I do not like to not be in control of myself. I don't trust myself around people. I don't trust myself not to say all the secrets that I know because people tell me everything. And I don't share that with anybody. But drunk people and drugged up people, they got big mouths. And I don't want to be one of them. So it's just better if I just don't do that. Gary Lamb, this is the most I've ever messaged in someone's chat. Thank you, Gary. I appreciate that. Winning reality. It's a drug. So are cigarettes and caffeine. As I sit here with the cigarette in my hand and a cup of coffee, like literally at my fingertips. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say, Winning? Jeez. Just not hard drugs. They ain't vitamins and minerals. I don't have those. So, salud. T-Rex. I've never done a drug that I can't control myself on. Well, that's just the thing. If I'm trying something, I don't know what the effect is going to be. When I drink alone, I prefer to be by myself. Jacob Castro. I mean, really, even when you're alone, you wake up with yourself, right? In the very words of Billy Joel. I just enjoy my social lubricant. That yo, you fucked a whole room full of people up saying that. They're like, social lubricant. What the hell is that? Poor Gary was like, what the hell are you talking about? I just enjoy my social lubricant and nicotine are my only vices. Don't tell me money don't buy happiness when it so happens that money buys drugs. Where did that come from, Enya? That's a song because I've heard people say that. Oh, that's a Darth saying. He always says that, or at least he used to me. Now, now we don't talk. I puff and then I hit the gym. The only way I think I've ever hit a gym is with a car. That's a lie. I used to be able to work out all the time, but the last couple years, no. When I was 18, I smoked alcohol and drank weed. Like, just, that made me think of bong water and just, oh God, no. Money buys drugs. It's a song. Okay, this is Rabbit Without Caffeine and Nicotine. What is? Gary Lamb at Winning. You were right, by the way. Don't tell him. Why are you going to tell him that? Why are you going to tell him he's right? Good God. I'm getting outnumbered, people. Jacob Castro, I'm not like this because of years and years of post-drug use. I'm like this because of hours and hours of current drug use. Yep. My dad. Yeah, I know. I've been there. I've been there. That puff and gym combo. It's the ish at 35 at 357. Okay. Still can't believe y'all never heard that shit before. I know I knew what a social lubricant was, but then again, I know all sorts of things other people don't. And they don't need to know. Like a lot of it. So what, that picture is you? The scary rabbit? This is my scary rabbit picture. Why are you dressed in a BDSM kind of thing? Is that what you're dressed in? Is that your thing, Rabbit? Are you secretly a dungeon master? I bet you are. I bet you are. Oh, anyway, I could see it because you, God knows, you're sweet as can be to us, but we're like, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All right, back to life. Back to reality. So sound. One of the now these are the biggest triggers for C-PTSD. They're also, root causes. You can follow these triggers back to the root cause, and that's how you remove a trigger. You find the cause, you desensitize yourself to it by facing it in repetition. Like if I can't say something and then I finally say it, I have to say it again and again. I can write it down and look at it and say it again and again and again until they're just sounds. They have no power over my brain. Winning Reality said, I just live in acceptance as much as possible. I got a smoking caffeine right here too, Shelly. I stopped the other 2 weeks ago because I felt like it was stealing my time. He said it was stealing my time, and I just ain't got time for that.
Nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for that. I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Nobody got time for that.
Never let it be said that I am not the best trained monkey out there. Okay? Never let it be said. He said, oof, I kind of want some long cut tobacco. Big Chief, I'm drilling. Jesus, like everybody's really like, y'all are fancy. No Rabbit Bunny if you piss me off. I know, Rabbit. Trust me, we all have healthy fear of you. We love you. But anybody who's that good and that nice all the time, that giving, oh, your flip side must be dark. Like, there's no way. There's no way because you're extreme. Rabbit, you have 4 tablets or like 3 tablets and a phone and a laptop and everything in front of you so that you could mod more. And now you want to like take what little money that I'm sure you know have to spare and buy more tablets so you could mod more. Miss, I can stay up a 24-hour stream while I'm also modding for 4 other people and be like, hey, like, no, woman, this is how you get sick. And this is why you terrify us because you're a fucking machine. But I love you. Really do. I don't know what I'd do if you stopped showing up. I don't care about the mod. You never have to mod again in your life if you don't want to. Just show up and just be and laugh. I hope I make you laugh sometimes, woman, instead of just sitting there shaking your head at me. In your MERS, my Monday may kick off soon. I'll be listening. Ooh, you better. Gary Lamb, gotta go. Great combo. Thank you very much, Gary. Thanks for coming by and hanging out for a while. It was a pleasure to see you. Rabbit, hint, don't make me mad. No, we do not want to make you mad. Never. Jacob Casher, bye, Gary. Winning said, bye, Gary, later. All right, so let's get back to this list because I worked hard on this list. Robobot. Rabbot. She's Rabbot. She's not Rabbit, she's Rabbot. That's so cute. All right, so when it comes to sound, quiet or noisy, they can mean different things. Quiet can mean bad things to somebody. It could mean it's a precursor to what they know is coming next. Like I said, with me, it's when somebody abruptly leaves. If that door closes a little too hard, I freeze like a bunny. I do. I don't move. And I just wait. And I listen and I just pray nobody opens the door because I'll collapse. I will. When I started dating Miguel, Katie's father, we were in his kitchen and I was cooking. He wanted baked ziti. He'd never had baked ziti. So I made like 3 pounds of baked ziti to feed everybody. And he was so happy. And I was like, I had the spatula and I'm making squares after it cooked so that I could just scoop them out and serve, equal portions. Which, by the way, my portions that I give people are enough to feed like 3 people on one plate. He had 4 plates, just so you know. But anyway, that was after the kerfuffle that happened because I was trying to, thank God I didn't have a fucking knife in my hand because he'd have been dead. I was cutting the squares with the spatula and I didn't hear him come up behind me. And he came up behind me. He put his arms over my entire, like, over my head, around me, like in the front, so that he had me locked in his arms from behind. And one, I didn't see him, so I didn't know it was him. Two, I thought I was alone in the room, so just him being there scared the shit out of me. And three, he locked down my arms. And oh, for fuck's sake, I flung the piece of baked ziti that was on the spatula right in, like, toward his face, and it was hot. I hit him in the face with it, and when he was screaming, I was so afraid that I was gonna get hit. I literally reverted to like 3, 4 years old, and I dropped in the corner, and I can't, like, I could tell you what Vicky told me happened. She came running in because he was screaming because his face was burning, and like she came in and he was standing in front of me, so she only heard me whimpering, and she literally threw him to the other side of the fucking room, and she was like trying to kneel down and like talk to me, and I kept repeating, daddy, no, daddy, no, daddy, no, 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 I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. And that's how she said it to me. She was like, she said, I've never heard you talk like that. She was like, you sounded like a little kid, like, like a toddler. And I was like, I don't remember. I mean, this is what she told me hours later, because trust me, I did not do well for a couple hours. And she said I was literally so curled up in the corner that I'd made myself so small that every part of me except like my side and the back of my head was protected, because I was just, she made Spanky come in and move me because she was terrified. And she told me, she was like, honey, I need, David's going to come in. David's going to move you because, you're not in a good spot. Can he touch you? Can he, hold you? And David was always like, a little brother to me, but he was, he's bigger than me. So it's like, and I don't remember any of it. She said that I like nodded okay, but I had drawn blood in my arms from digging my nails in to hold myself, shut off. And he picked me up and he put me in the back bedroom with her, where it was like there was no bed in there. It was a couch and a TV and like the entertainment says, like all these different video games. But that was the room we always had fun in. And like he was there and he wouldn't like come near me. He was on the other side of the room. He squatted down and he was leaning back against the window, like the wall underneath the window, and just watching me in case, he had to jump in. And apparently it took her hours to get me to stop talking like I was a little kid. And I don't remember any of it. I don't remember any of it. Once she got me to like answer her like me, I just was asleep. Like that was it. That was all. I had nothing left to give. I was wrung out. I was 20 when that happened. I hadn't gotten pregnant yet. A lot of things hadn't happened yet. And it was a lot. It's a lot for friends to deal with. It's a lot for them to go through. Like they don't know what to do. Spanky at the time was, I think, 15, if that. Miguel was what? He was 17. I had just turned 20. So it was like we all knew one another, but I didn't know, like they all had memories of me I didn't have, because my memories were all locked away in different traumatic events. So they knew what happened. I had to trust what they were telling me. I'm not big on trust, in case you haven't, figured that out. I just woke up, Shelly. I don't need to be hungry too. Okay. Oh, because of the baked ziti? That's nothing. Baked ziti's easy. All right. So perfect, Gary. Bye. Rabbit. Back to reality. Yeah, I love that song. Back to life. Back to reality. Yep. See you later, Gary. 357's laughing at me. I don't know why, but better to laugh than to cry, I guess. The Killer Bunny from Monty Python. Oh, dear God. Don't start with that. The Holy Grail was funny as fuck. Two types of people, back to life and back to reality. I will ride reality out into the sunset. I'd rather be in reality than, you know, just lie to myself. And look who we have. We have winning reality. Who better to run to? He could take it. he can handle the strain. And if he can't, then is it so bad that I like overestimate him? Yeah, that's a song, and yeah, that's one of those songs that keeps repeating in your ear. So you're gonna have to go play that so that you get it out of there. And you said the guy who made Final Fantasy 11. I mean, did they not know how to stop? Hiromoshi Tanaka. Okay, must have loved that Monty Python reference. There's a rabbit in every song that can take down a whole party. Listen, that fucking rabbit in that is no joke. Shelly is a fainting goat. Nah. Shelly Jeebus. Uh, you were in shock. Yeah. I mean, I knew that after, which is funny because she had explained to me what I did, and I had to explain to her what actually happened. Because she was like, "You did this, I don't know what," and I'd have to explain like each part. Because Vicky didn't go to college, she didn't pay attention to any psychology shit. She was not into that. She was just like, "Bitch, you lost your mind." She beat my ass when I woke up. She was like, "Oh my god, here's." And she got me like a Gatorade, and she was like, "Here, drink this. Take a little. Here's a cookie. Like, eat the cookie. You need the sugar. Sit up. You okay?" And she's like rubbing my arms. You okay? Everything's okay? Bam! Just, she got me. My ear was ringing. Lord, I was like, "Ow, what the fuck?" She was like, "You scared the shit out of me." I was like, "I'm sorry." She was like, "You're fine. I'll be back." She smacked the shit out of Miguel. She was like, "Don't you fucking do that ever again." She's just hitting him. And Vicky's big. Vicky's like, she's the average version of China, the wrestler. Like, she's not that tall, but she's like that diesel. Like, they used to call her my bodyguard because it was just, she'd walk next to me like, "Oh," like, she didn't give a fuck. But yeah, nobody ever fucked with me when I was with her. It was hilarious because not for nothing, out of the two of us, I'm the better fighter. She has too many weak spots. I have a very high pain tolerance. She don't have that. So, um, T-Rex said, "There's never much one could do other than listen when people open up to you and talk about things like this. Empathetic listening is a skill. I have that. Some people just don't. No, some people are just assholes. You get those insensitive people that are like, oh, you can't just suck it up. Really? At that moment, when somebody says something that unfeeling, I want to take like just a little grain of what I feel and go, here you go. You experience it now. And watch them break the fuck down because you cannot stand up to that shit unless you build a way to stand up to that shit. And it takes time. Like, everybody who's out there like judging me for not being able to handle it all the time. Guess what? I handle it most of the time. But when you keep throwing shit at me, there's only so much I can juggle. You know, I'm spinning plates all day, every day. Spin, 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 spin on top of those sticks. And I just got to keep going, keep going, keep going. And I do that. But phrasing, Shelly, I don't know. What did I say? They used to sell whipping stitches in the old Sears catalog. Facts. That's what. Oh, switches. Really? They used to sell like the Ooh. The only time I ever heard anybody about using a switch, they'd be like, "Break me off a switch, son. There's about to be a whooping." And that's a Buffy quote. Well, it's a Faith quote, actually, from Angel. Jacob, phrasing, Shelley. I don't know what I said. I don't care. God, with all the things that I just said, you think that I give a shit about my phrasing? Should have been rule of wrist. Rule of wrist. Wasn't there rule of thumb? Like you couldn't beat your wife or your slaves with, or your children with a switch that was thicker than your thumb. Okay, but what if you're like a giant of a man? I know men with giant hands. I don't want to get hit with no branch. Like, no. If it's got bark on it, it's too big. And I know none of you ever thought you'd hear me say something was too big. But apparently, when it comes to getting your ass beat, I prefer, softer things. It's pointless to beat me anyway. I don't feel it. You want to torture me? Tickle me. Good God, I can't. It's like, and I don't really know why I said that out loud. Son of a bitch. Okay, God, can you re-engage my filters? Because that's dangerous. Mm-hmm. All right, so back to what I was saying. Quiet for some people, like that's one of the reasons why meditating is hard for me. Like you're supposed to meditate and center yourself, decompress. The silence bothers me. I don't like silence. If it's a comfortable silence, that's fine, but I will check in constantly because I'm afraid that the silence means something else is coming. Too many things have followed absolute silence and just footsteps. Like those two things combined can fuck me up if I don't know they're coming. Like I've listened to people walk down steps and walk across floors and whatever, and it only ever bothered me if that was somebody that I knew might hurt me, or if I wasn't 100% sure that they weren't going to hurt me, that their intentions weren't good. If I knew they were, my friend, if I knew that they cared about me, then it didn't trigger anything. But if I'm just like, if I'm sitting here and I hear somebody upstairs walking around, like if it's quiet and I hear the clunk, 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 clunk of them walking, I get anxious and I start to feel that panic attack. If I'm aware enough and I'm, like conscious enough, like I'm not overtired, I can easily say, "Idiot, it's the guy upstairs. Like, calm down." And I will. I will tell myself, calm down, and my ass calms down. But if it's like, if I'm already highly emotional or I'm already teetering on like that panic edge, yeah, that could send me over. But not like for a good long time. It would just be something that I'm like, like it's like somebody stepping on my throat for a little bit, and then it goes, because I'm able to rationalize. Okay, I'm here. I can use logic and facts. Facts always help. Like if you see somebody who's freaking out and you can't get them to pay attention, don't ask them questions. Give them facts. Tell them who they are, where they are, what's going on, who you are. It doesn't matter if they've spent every day of their entire life with you. You have to tell them because the brain has to process it differently and say, oh, we know this person. This is a safe person. And they start to pull back on the panic. That's the only way that I can de-escalate myself when it's one of those types of triggers. And like I said, those types of triggers don't set me off like, oh my God. They just like, where I can feel my chest getting tighter and tighter and tighter. But I'm not entirely sure when I'm going to have the panic attack. I just know it's coming. I don't know if it's going to be a little panic attack, if it's going to be like full blown because other things jumped in, because why be miserable alone? always give them facts, because if you ask them questions, you're asking them to think, and they can't do that. What you want to do is supply the brain with information it already knows so it can latch onto a truth and it can expand, its awareness from there. It can override what your memories are saying, because these are different parts of the brain that deal with this. So they're battling against one another. But if you have that truth there, it can literally latch onto it. The same way we latch on to math things, like our math fundamentals are there. No matter what we learn later, we're not going to unlearn the beginning. And we're always going to use what we learned in the beginning for what we learn later. It's all part and parcel. It leads to it. It's part of it. You can't do without it. It's the same for this. When you have a truth and then you go and you're panicking over something that is abstract, is abstract now, the best thing to do is to pop that abstract balloon, right? And replace it with the truth that your brain knows already. So if somebody says you're safe, you're home in your apartment, whatever, on this street, my name is whatever, I've known you, just little facts, little details that other people be like, that's obvious. Not to them. To that person who's having that attack, they don't know who they are. They don't know how they are. They don't even know how old they are, because it's whatever version of them feels comfortable enough to take over. That's who you're dealing with. So you want to put them to rest and bring out the person who knows you, the person that you know. And that gives them strength. It gives them clarity. It gives them a rope to hold on to pull themselves out of this abyss that they just suddenly found themselves in. And like I said, even though you're not seeing a huge reaction, they internalize it. And that's another part of this, minimizing. The biggest part of having C-PTSD when it comes to mental health and like your actions is that you tend to minimize what is going on. You minimize what happened. You don't feel like your experience is worth sharing because people have been through worse. And you also don't feel like people believe you, because part of you is like, how did I live through this? How did I survive it? Why am I still here? I know people who went through a lot less, who, ate a bullet and ended it, and I'm still here. Why? And that's when you feel the answers, you hear the answers. I don't think of why I'm still here. My brain literally throws the answers at me. I have all those little friends in my head. I hear Zoom, I hear V, I hear winning, I hear, I hear expert, believe it or not. It's just like all these people, everybody throws something good at me when I'm going, why am I still here? And it lifts me up out of that melancholy. It lifts me out of that fear. And it empowers me. I feel like, okay, this many people have good things to say about me. They can't all be wrong. So I'll take it. Okay, we're just going to take it as a positive. Don't listen to the individual. Just the collective thinks you're good. Go with that. And I will. And it does really, really help. But I have a tendency I don't want to bother anybody. I always think I'm a bother. I don't call people because I don't want to interrupt their day. It doesn't matter that they've been waiting for me to call them for like months and would be thrilled just to see me call. Doesn't matter. I don't want to impose. If I have a breakdown, I don't usually tell anybody. Believe it or not. Unless you've witnessed it, I probably won't tell you. Because it's my problem. That's a me problem, not a you problem. And I deal with my own problems. That's how I wound up in the hospital. I didn't tell anybody how much pain I was in, except for, Darth and Vicky. They heard me. Mostly Darth. And the thing is, like, in doing that, I allowed people too close to me. And, that gives them power to hurt you. Would I undo it? No. I loved everybody that I was with, but they don't fit my life anymore. I love them. I still love them. And I only trusted two people to really know that pain. Somebody else bullied me into letting him hear the pain, but like Vicky and Dark, I trusted them with it because they've known pain. It's hard for me to show that kind of thing, to humble myself, to show my weaknesses. And then if you're betrayed by that, you don't want to share with anybody anymore. It gets harder and harder. And I don't want to be that person. Nobody's going to steal that from me. Nobody. And they don't want to. It's just the experience. It's a consequence. And it's a consequence that I refuse to let happen. And that's why I push these lives. That's why I say, no, I got to get it out. I got to say it. I got to work through it because I don't want to leave. I don't want to check out. I got to do what I have to do to keep me sane, keep me strong, and keep me here. And no matter what it is, that's what I'm going to do. I'm a fighter. That's what I do. Only now I have to fight for me. I could do that. I can definitely do that. Rabbit said everybody needs a pressure valve sometimes. Yeah. Me more than most. You ever see one of those pressure cookers? Let's just say as the steam comes out and like moves the top on it. That's me all the time. Eventually somebody's going to be like, let me take this off, and just all the steam comes out of the top and the thing explodes. Jacob Peets, I will ride reality off into the sunset. I think you better ask him first. La, 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 la. I know what you're talking about, but I'm going to just redirect and deflect. Ha ha ha. That's what I do. Silence alone is worthy to be heard. Yeah, when I'm quiet, it's never good. T-Rex is always the first one to be like, Shelly, why aren't you talking? Shelly, why are you so quiet? Shelly, what's going on? Because he knows I don't do quiet. I just don't. There's a reason why I can get up here and talk for 3.5 to 6.5 hours by my damn self. No, she knew exactly what to say when she said that. T-Rex, you know me so well. It's not size. I beg to differ. It's how it's used. I beg to differ. Is that bread, bacon, a piece of meat? Because if you say a piece of meat comes in small packages, I'm 5'3", so rabbit. You're so fresh. I love it. I love when she gets spicy and doesn't know it. It's awesome. It makes my freaking day. Jacob Peets, I don't do the whole silence thing, partially because thoughts get too loud, partially because tinnitus. Yeah, well, A rabbit said Shelly is small. See? She gets spicy, my rabbit. Trust me, there hasn't been meat in me in a very long time. That's good advice, Jacob said. Find silence in nature, go out far. I love doing that. I will sit by the side of a lake or on a mountainside or whatever. I will just veg out there for hours. Light a little fire, sit there with anything to drink. It doesn't matter. It could be water, just a cold water, and just watching like everything. One of the things I always love doing, and this is so funny because I've never told anybody this. I love chipmunks. Love them. I think they're fascinating. Like, I love squirrels, but chipmunks, Oh my God. Number one, so cute. Number two, they're so fast. Oh my God. And it's just like, whenever we went camping, I would hear the and I'd be like, that's a chipmunk. And my husband would be like, no, that's a squirrel. It's a chipmunk. How do you know? Speed. Those little fuckers are fast. He'd be like, no, no, no. It was always a chipmunk. I don't know why he bothered arguing with me. I tried teaching him before we even got married. Shelly is always right. But still not, just couldn't get it. He couldn't. He couldn't deal. Holy hell, couldn't say it better middle? Myself. Oh. Holy hell, couldn't say it better myself. Yep. Nibble, nibble. Wiggle, wiggle. 357 said bug me. Rab said I have strong shoulders if you need them. I'm here for you anytime except doctor's appointments. And when you're modding, I would never take you away from your modding. I know you love it. Oh, it's dynamite. What the hell do I know? I can't see. You have no idea how small you put these little icons in StreamYard. They're just so tiny, and my eyes are crap. I just uploaded a squirrel video. Oh, I put squirrel videos on for my cats. They love them. I'm gonna have to like get them like a TV when I actually do move and like set it low to the ground just so that they have like their own little. I want to make them like a cat station. And I'm sure I'll have dogs, so they'll be fine. Of course, the stupid day ends with McDonald's fucking up my order. Oh, so the world keeps turning. See? Gotta love it. All right. Yeah, so with the quiet, I find it hard to meditate because I do. I get lost in the quiet and I get over not stimulated, I get over stressed. Like I'm overwhelmed and it's not good. Loud usually signals a panic response in people. That's like with the regular PTSD, like a soldier who comes back. What are his triggers? Metal on metal, or a car backfiring, or maybe a kid screaming, crying because they're hungry. Anything can set them off. It could be the crinkle of a gum wrapper. If it sounds like, like anything like being lit to go off, it's going to trigger them, or it could trigger them. They have so many different triggers. They never know when they're going to happen. With C-PTSD, there's so much. You're covering an entire childhood of traumatic events. I mean, you think about it. And I really don't want to do this number, but I'm gonna. You figure I was. Sorry, let's count the years. Age of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 7 solid years. All right. So if he saw me 7 times 52 weeks, right? So you got 364 encounters. Take out, say, I'll take out 100 for accidents, holidays, whatever. That leaves me with 264. All right. So you figure opportunity, I'll take off, just to be generous, I'll take off another 75. All right. So you now have 40, 149, 149. 149 minimum opportunities to do that, among other things. There was always some kind of horrific thing that he had planned. And he would always do something fun first and then ruin it, because he liked to be nice and pick me up and take me to Chinatown or take me to a movie or let's go bowling, let's go to the arcade, let's go to a petting zoo. All these are, we'll go to the lake, we'll go to a swimming pool, we'll, go see horses. You want to go horseback riding? We'll go horseback riding. Like, everything had to be fun. He had to take me to see Star Wars a million times. He had to, all these things. He always wanted to have fun. And I always had fun, and I would get hopeful. Oh, look, your dad loves me. We're having fun. We're out. We're doing stuff. Everybody's getting along. Oh, he bought me like whatever. It always ended the same. Always ended the same. So you think about 150 times, which that sounds about, well, it sounds low. But I mean, I remember most of them. And there are triggers for repeated events and repeated places. I can't talk about them. Not yet. And I don't really want to cry again right now. But that's a lot. That's a lot of trauma. Think about, it was torture for me. It was torture. What a way to ruin fun. Well, see, that was the point, Jacob. He would make me, enjoy the day, and I'd be all hopeful, and he enjoyed watching that hope crash and burn. When you do that to a kid, when you replace joy with pain and fear, that's all they know. So he learned to link, oh, everything's great, great, great. I'm enjoying this. I feel loved. I feel, happy. I'm having fun. And I know that here it comes. Here comes the smack. Here comes the pain. Here comes the humiliation. And that's what he did. He knew how to make sure that my future, every time I was happy, I knew something was going to hurt me shortly. So it would ruin any joy that I had. It would taint it. And I know I said taint, but whatever. I hate that word. Only if I can use it to like embarrass people. I don't like it when it's used against me. But that's me. I'd be shocked if fast food ever got it right. It's probably been decades for me. Gotta go get ready for the pulmonologist. Good luck. The pulmonologist is always so much fun when you're a smoker, isn't it, Rabbit? Mm-hmm. When they put that thing in front of me, he was like, I need you to suck on this. I was like, you're kidding, right? Like, you're fucking with me. I didn't think that was a test. He was like, no, you have to suck on it as long and as hard as you can. I was like, Doc, really? I will break you a machine. Like, so. I thought he was messing with my mind. I was like, I ain't doing that. The fucking nurse had explained. She was like, no, it really is incest. I was like, I really don't believe you. FYI, today is National Cheeseburger Day. McDonald's has a special only on the app for 50-cent hamburgers. Nice. 50 cents worth of gas and diarrhea. That's awesome. Dysentery. All right, so here we go. There's one of the only ways that you can like combat the triggers for sound for CPTSD is, again, it's immersion, like an immersion therapy. You talk about it with your therapist or your shrink so that you get desensitized to it. Or what you could do in your own time with a friend or whatever is recreate that sound with a positive attached to it. So like that's what Tommy did for me. When Carlos, I really shouldn't say his name, but when Carlos, took my virginity, when he raped me and he beat me, I never wanted a man to ever touch me again for any reason. And I was 15, and then he was always beating the hell out of me. You know, he always did something horrible to me. And that's just a whole lot I don't want to get into now because you all know the stories. But um, what Tommy did was he started real slow. You know, he started with kissing, and he would joke around. He would joke around the whole fucking time, and he would put me in control. You do what you're comfortable doing. Okay. Some days I could make out with him. Some days I was on the other side of the couch going, please don't touch me. Like, please. And he'd be like, I'm just going to stay here. He was always very chill about it. Never reacted, you know. And what he did was he made new memories for me. Like, we discussed exactly how it had happened. I gave him every detail. And believe me when I tell you this man dedicated it to memory because he spent an entire year desensitizing me to that and replacing those memories with laughter and like just a lot of fun. That's why he did the Donald Duck voice. It wasn't a kink. The person who said that was a kink is a fucking idiot. What he did was he would see me get like real tense and I was about to like lose it. And he would do the Donald Duck voice, and I'd be so shocked because that doesn't belong. Like, it's like I'm going off into this horrible world, and all of a sudden Donald Duck's telling me, "What's your problem?" And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Shut up," you know, like in that Donald Duck voice, and I just crack up. Tension gone, crisis averted, and he did that for a whole year. I mean, he was methodical about it. Some days I was ready to go all the way, and he'd be like, "No, not yet, not yet." Like, you think you're okay. I don't want to do that until you want it. Like, once you want it so much that you're not going to let anything stand in your way, then we'll do it. And sure enough, he was right. And it opened up a whole new world for me. And he was like, you could do this, but you got to do it on your time, on your terms. And I was like, all right, I'm the boss. And he was like, not with me, but you know, like if you need to be the boss, tell me and you know, you could go ahead. Otherwise, we're equal. Because that's what it was. He was never in charge of me. I was never in charge of him. We just accepted each other as we were. He was a big old man whore, and I was this scared, very, very, very vicious little tiger that would claw your eyes out just to look at you. And he went through it all with me. He did. Uh let's see. This is 3.5 hours. Not too bad. We'll keep going. So yeah, so that's what he did. He replaced the images and the memories with good things. So the next time I heard that trigger or saw that trigger or smelled that trigger, I didn't have the same reaction. I didn't have the, oh my God, it's, you know, he's going to hurt me. He's going to do it. I wasn't stuck in that place. Because when I was originally in that place, I stopped moving. I stopped fighting. I went away. Like I knew what was happening to my body, but I couldn't feel it. I totally disassociated. And I can still do that. At the drop of a hat, I could do that. If you're screaming in my face, you'll just see me just go blank. The shutters come down. Boop, done. Good luck getting me to give you my attention again. It takes a lot for me to shut down like that. But you'll see it happen. Like I have very, very playful energy. I have my eyes light up when I'm in a mischievous mood or when I'm happy or cheerful, which is most of the time. So when you see that go out, that's going to be a problem for you because I won't let it come back. Like that's not just a trigger thing. That's you hurt me. Not that you triggered a memory. You're hurting me. I'm not doing this again. And I shut down because I don't usually fight back anymore, like if they're bigger than me, because I can't. But I will shut my whole system down. And they can do that. We can all do that because these two things, sound and like the way you process your thoughts, the way your body reacts to it, like the preparedness, worst case scenario, and all that, it all relates to your nervous system. And your nervous system is wired from your childhood for life. So these triggers, they're deep seated. They are in your nervous system. They are part of your wiring. And the only way you can undo it, mind you, this is not any type of medical channel or whatever. I am simply relaying what has worked for me, giving my opinions and giving my experiences. None of this is meant to be taken professionally. Good. Go to sleep, honey. T-Rex, sweet dreams. Say, remember, I love you. I'm proud of you, and we'll talk later tonight. Aw, you're so sweet. I love you, and I'm very proud of you. Look at all you've done. I was around when you were in trucking school. Come on now. I was probably the proudest one. I was very much your cheerleader. Rah, rah. Or as you would say, rah, rah. Like a T-Rex. So yeah, so that's what does it like for me. I replace the memories. But your nervous system, once it's wired that way, you're going to react that with those physical reactions every time until you undo it. But I'm here to tell you, it can be undone. God, I had so many triggers. So many triggers. And I can't even tell you how long it took me. I've been working on them since I got divorced. Since I left him. Because I was like, this cannot happen again. You are not going to wind up with somebody who puts your head through a wall. You are not going to wind up with somebody who openly cheats on you. Like I said, would you rather be with somebody who triggers you and does all these things to you, knows your vulnerabilities and purposely preys on them? Or would you just rather be by yourself and work on shit and possibly just die alone? I was good to die alone. At the time, that was perfectly acceptable. And now I don't want to. I don't want to die alone. I probably will, but it won't be because I tripped myself up. It'll be because that's the way it's meant to be, if that's what happens. You know, it's in the cards, I guess. What's meant to be is meant to be. What's going to happen is going to happen. And I'm prepared to let things be organic, to not push for the things in my life that I have no control over anyway. So I'm going to tackle the things I can control. I'm going to work on them, some faster than others. Probably none of them will be worked on to other people's satisfaction or time frame. I don't give a fuck. That's them. I got to worry about me. I got to worry about how I handle it because I know my paces. You know, do I need a little push every once in a while? Yeah. I mean, do I need people to be dicks about it? No. But it can be done. You can rewire because so many of my triggers are completely gone. You know, I just turned them around and I made them my own. You know, it's amazing what you can retrain your mind to do. I can look at a trigger, I can examine it and be perfectly fine now. You know, to an extent. There's certain ones I haven't examined yet, and I haven't been because they're high intensity. So which means they're going to be highly reactionary. So I got to take those as they come. You know, some of them come up naturally and some of them I say, okay, I'm going to do this today. But if it doesn't feel right, I won't do it. I've become a lot more honest with myself and what I can handle and what I can't. And I'm trying not to overload myself. But again, I still have a hard time saying no. You know, FOMO is real. Transition and closing sounds like a car door, gravel driveway, doors slamming. They signal a pattern response, and those are anger markers. So a slamming car door, well, a door, I can't use my words. Words are hard, man. Ah, words are hard. I gotta reposition myself in this chair. Pretty soon I'm gonna like, ugh, my tailbone is killing me. Ever since that fall, I don't know what the fuck I did. I mean, I don't have a tailbone anymore, but whatever's there, like the nerves, they fucking hurt. Finished work so I can say a prayer. Hi, so hi, Miss Odashale and chat. I love you, Nix. You always come in here and just. I am Miss Odashale. You're hysterical. Jacob said, gotta go put hands on this machine. I'll be around listening, but I actually have to be productive for a while. Honey, go ahead. No, go do your work. I don't know if you want to listen because this is, well, it'll be good for you to know. I mean, if you don't have to deal with it yourself, which is great, you might run across somebody that you have to deal with this and it could help you. As for Nick's, he's so. Words are hard, the extra. Yes, they are. They are very hard. What was I saying that I couldn't say? Oh, so it's not that a car door closes. I don't listen for that. I listen for the strength of how hard it was closed. Like, was it slammed? Was it just, does it sound like their arms are full so they kicked it shut? Did they slam the door coming in? Like, what I have to do the sound anger assessment. Because if I can hear the anger from further and further away, I can hide. I've been high in tent city. Heard the entire stream, just can't chat when heavy work shift. And Winning said, I've been high in tent city before. Can't with him. Thank you, Winning, for that little disruptor. I love you for it. Thank you. So anger markers. When you get an anger marker, the best thing to do is to really just address why you feel that way. Like, and to tell yourself, okay, that might have been at this point in my life, but that's no longer true. Very. He said very high. He's very high intensity. Small spaces can trigger panic attacks. Now, see, for me, it's the opposite. I know that some people get like very so high, very busy, very high, very busy, high and busy, so high and busy. I've been high, I've been in a tent, and I've been in a city. However, never all three at once. Oh, lady, I can't. Oh my god. Stop. Fucking hell. Alrighty. There we go. Okay, so small spaces, that's right, can trigger panic attacks. Here's the thing. I was never locked into small spaces and hurt. It was the opposite for me. He was too big to get to the small spaces. And I was really, really tiny. I mean, I was a preemie. I told you guys that. I wasn't preterm, I was premature. So she was 2 weeks late having me, but I was only 4 pounds. And until ever, I never really like, I was never going to be like tall. It was just never going to happen. So even as a kid, I was like really, really tiny. And I could slide into like hiding places. And when he'd get mad at the flea market, I would hear him yelling as he went through the flea market, and I could hear him coming down toward us. And I would go under the tables because we had like those, those work tables, the old, you see them at the flea market. It's just a bunch of 2x4s together or whatever, and like a plywood piece on top. So they had built those into like a shelving unit, and underneath they had the sheepskins for the Sherpa jackets that we made. And I would crawl under that and I would go between the Sherpa skins. And so I wasn't on top and I wasn't like, visible. I would just slide between them, and like we had a curtain on the front of the table so you couldn't see. So even if you pulled the curtain up, all you see is the Sherpa. And wait, you were 2 weeks late and premature? Yeah. I was with a dead baby most of the time, my dead twin. So she was twice my size, but deformed because her head wasn't connected to her spinal column. Now I'm questioning how high I am. Yeah, no, I was really 3. I keep ending up with memory holes. As long as you don't end up with a bonus hole, you're good. So, and I'm sure if T-Rex was listening to that, he'd be like, bonus hole, ha 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 ha, whatever. So yeah, I could hide there. Nobody knew I was there. You know who I knew I was there? Daddy. Because of course my stepfather wasn't my stepfather yet. He was just my father's friend. Why was he my father's friend? Because he became my father's friend because he didn't like how he treated me. He was hanging out just with the guys. Like he was hanging out with the motorcycle guys because he rode a motorcycle. And that's how he met my father at the, flea market. That's how he met my mother. And that's how he met me. And now they would think he was like, oh my God, it's so suspicious that he loves this little girl. No, we clicked right away. He was just like, you're cute as a button. I was like, yeah. I was like, what did I say? He said, I said something about he looked like I think he said Chris Christopherson. But that's not what I said. I said like the character from the fucking movie, like Convoy or whatever. I'm pretty sure it was him. But because he had like the whole big goatee and whatever, and he had like the motorcycle jacket. And then, take that over. He had the flannel underneath. He reminded me of it, I guess. I mean, I'm going on what I was told. But he and I hit it off. And he hung around after work because he worked all day and whatever. And so he'd hang out and he'd help make leather stuff or whatever because he was good. He was good at it. And my father came looking for me, and he was searching because he just had a bone to pick with me. I don't know why. I never really found out what I did because he didn't find me. He didn't find me till the next morning, and it was Daddy that found me. But he knew where I was. He saw me duck under there, and he knew that was my hiding spot. He also knew the dogs were under there, very quiet and not leaving me. But by the time they quote unquote, found me, my father wasn't really mad anymore, or he'd taken out on my mother. I don't know which, and I don't want to know because I don't need extra bullshit. Let's see. At Lady Sky, at least according to my friends, saying all the time, you don't want to know what you did last night. I may or may not have done all 3. I keep ending up with memory holes. That's what he said. So you were born with a low birth weight, not premature, as in being born early. No, premature means that your body didn't mature. Preterm is before 40 weeks. So if you're born after the 40 weeks, you can still be a preemie. You're just not preterm. Trust me, that's the way they explained it to me, and that's how it made sense in my head, and it's fine. But yeah, no, I was 4 pounds. I was 4 pounds, and I was either 16 and a half or 17 inches long. I mean, I was tiny. They couldn't even find clothes to put on me. My mother had to get doll clothes because everything was too big. They didn't have preemie diapers, so she used cloth diapers. And it was fine because I barely ate anything, so there was nothing to come out. They didn't think I'd make it longer than like a week or 2 at first. They were like, no, she's too, because I have underdeveloped lungs. And yeah, I was real short. I was a tiny baby. They did wonder if I was going to like grow at all because I was very lethargic the first couple days. Like, see why I'm questioning how high I am? I'm working on twice baked. Girl, this conversation, you got to be high so you can forget it. Since tattoos are made of piercing skin, do they count as holes? Because if so, I have 7 I can't explain. Let me tell you something. If you try to fuck my piercings, you're leaving it in a box and not like, like you're leaving in pieces. Hi, my name is your business. Like, nah, God. Because the only holes I have, like, that are extra like piercings are in my ears and in my nipples. And no, go between the tits, not through them. That was an overshare, but I mean, all of this is overshare. All right. So small spaces. Yeah, no. Open spaces can trigger me. It's weird. I know. If I feel safe, wide open spaces are great. I love wide open spaces. But if I'm feeling some type of way, which it usually doesn't happen like that, uh, it'll fuck me up. But the way to get me to bring me back down is to put me in a very small space and to make it dark, because I kind of need that pressure. I need to know that nobody's getting to me. I'm not going anywhere. I'm safe. I'm in this tiny little thing. And it's very comforting to me. Compression is very comfortable to me. Don't hold my hands that, like, don't pin my arms down unless I know you're there. And if I am, just squeeze. Just wrap yourself around me, arms, legs, and just squeeze and hold. And I'll just feel so much better because I'll feel held. I'll feel, like I can let go. I can just, like you could let the air out of the balloon right now. Like I just melt. And in a good way, but not like in a sexual way, but I just melt in relief and in security and safety. Like, that's the one thing I always said I would look for, was somebody to be my haven as much as I was theirs. I'm not looking for somebody to save me. I'm looking for somebody to walk the journey with me while I do the work to save myself. I just don't want to be alone. A lot of people they can't handle a lot of what I say. But I need my handheld. I do. Otherwise, how am I going to get through it? Making me do it on my own won't make me any stronger. What it's going to do is make me resentful. And it's just going to reaffirm to me that I got to do everything myself and I can't count on anybody. That's all that tells me. I know I can do it on my own. I've done everything in my life on my own. Why do I have to? Why does that mean more to other people? I usually take a smoke once before lesson learning, so I'm on the same level as the kid. Oh, lady, I love you so much. No, tattoos do not count as holes. Why would tattoos count as holes? See, I'm not high because I haven't had anything like that since yesterday. But I'm very, like, all of this has made my mind very confused. And yet clear. It's so stupid. All right, so small pet spaces can trigger other people. They can be a comfort to others. It's it's just what your preference is. It's what you've been through. Negative feedback. So when you have C-PTSD, it's okay. It's not what you say, It's what you don't say. It's not what you do, it's what you don't do. Because as a child, you're not aware of what the standard is. You're not aware of what normal is. So you anticipate, right? You anticipate what they're going to do. You anticipate what they're going to say. You anticipate moods based on body posture, on different tics that they have, on patterns of behavior, patterns of motion, patterns of sound. Everything has a pattern. If you can distinguish what that pattern is, you can anticipate what's coming and you can save yourself from it, possibly. Small, tight places are very comforting to me. Yeah, I bet. I bet. Small, tight. Yeah. I don't know many men who aren't comforted by small, tight places. Luckily, I kept mine that way. Unlike the hoes that I've known in my life. So for me, and for most, C-PTSD, no words is our way of interpreting from you. You have nothing good to say. We are triggered by negative comments, negative feedback. But the most negative feedback that we get from people is a lack of good feedback. It's a lack of compliments. Like, for some reason, when you have this kind of thing, people are afraid to talk to you. They're afraid to say anything like specific. They'll talk about themselves, but they keep the spotlight off of you because they think it makes you uncomfortable. And most of the times it does. But if you don't hear, like, if I do something and I know I just rock the fuck out of it, and I don't get like positive praise, no, I will destroy myself because you just destroyed me. It's not about avoiding negative comments. It's about giving positive ones, because like we don't have a whole lot positive in our lives. And it's very, very hard to accept. And the only way you learn to accept something new is through practice. Again, rewire. Nick said, I have to go. Gonna get stuff for dinner soon while it's still open. Love T3 and chat. Thank you, Nix, for coming by. I'm sorry I always bring up like the really harsh stuff when you're by, but maybe it's an omen. Maybe I just need you here for it, because you always make me smile. You and 357, you don't come around enough for me to be like, oh, it's just another day. When you come around, it's like, oh, they're here, my babies. When people are overly critical, a lot of people can process it and get better from it. When you're critical of someone with C-PTSD, what they hear is, you should be ashamed. It always goes back to those original traumas. You should be ashamed. You're dirty. You're this. You're that. You know how many times I was told I was dirty as a kid? And they didn't mean like dirty, like, oh, go take a bath. They meant you're ruined. You're not innocent. You're not a little kid anymore. And they didn't treat me like a kid either. They treated me like I was a full-ass adult. I wasn't. And that was not appropriate to treat me like that. So I wasn't allowed to have emotions. I wasn't allowed to be afraid. Dear God, I was not allowed to be afraid. The humiliation that would follow that. Holy crap. And then my grandma would say, why do you act so tough? What, really? Oh, gee, I don't know. Why do I act so tough? Because if I say, I don't want to do it, I'm afraid. Oh, you're spineless. You're this God. It was just nonstop berating until I went and did the fucking thing. So I just learned not to say I was scared and just go do the damn thing. Just get it over with, and that's it. So you gotta be tough. And I spend my whole life doing that whole, like, arms out to the side, head forward, just I'm ready. I'm like, you want to fight? You want to fight? And I'll fight anybody. I don't really care. You could whip my ass, and I could know you're gonna whip my ass. I will not back down from that fight. Nope, not me. Because I have enough shame. I have enough shame that was attributed to me. It was assigned to me. That was not mine to carry, and still I carry it every day. I look in that mirror and I hate myself. Bon Jovi did a song, Someday I'll Be Saturday Night. And I hadn't heard it before. And we were at a concert and everybody's singing this song. And I'm just like, this is great. And then, like, there's so many parts that speak to me. Like, I wish I was, somewhere else with somebody else's face. That'd be great. I love my face. Don't get me wrong. I think I'm pretty as hell. But if I could have a stranger's face, sure. I'd do that. I would definitely do that because this one didn't get me, anything good. That's what it was laced with, every time. It was put the blame on me because I was so pretty. You're so pretty. You're so tiny. You're such a little girl. And then the world would fall down. He knew what he was doing by making sure I could never, ever be complimented and enjoy it. Luckily, most of my life has been filled with fucktards, and they didn't, they don't know how to compliment anybody. It's always about them. But it's also why I stayed so quiet as a kid. Don't notice me. Don't, because apparently just me being there is enough of a temptation that it's my fault. And so I learned to shrink back and hide in plain sight. But if I could have another skin, I definitely would. I would do anything not to be this. And yet I know that it wasn't my fault. But knowing it and replacing that dread, that's two different things. Those are two different things I got to work on. Jacob said, maybe I'm just a little fucked up, but I default to anger in most cases. Well, yeah, I did that too until I got pregnant with my son. Something about him just, it sounds so corny, but he cleansed my soul of so much darkness. He was all light. He had this power that I loved this little boy. And I would have burned or built the world for him. I still would. To get to my kids, you got to get through me. And trust me, I'm a hard motherfucker to kill. I've died so many times. I really do think I'm a fixed point in time somewhere because I just keep coming back. From my count, I have 3 lives left. If you count this last one where I almost died, and I count it because I gotta. Not sure how you've stayed out of prison with all your experiences. Just listening to me makes me angry for you. Who said she stayed out of prison? My Jacobs. I have never been arrested. I have never been put in prison. I've been handcuffed by a cop who very quickly was told to take them off me because the other cop was like, I know that mouth. Take them off of her. Like, 'cause it was like, fucking rookies. But no, the only thing I've ever gotten on my record was a speeding ticket when I first got my license. And I was trying to navigate down a hill that had ice on it in the morning. And the fucking cop was in the bushes with the handgun, the speed gun, and jumped in front of my car. And I had to slam on my brakes because I didn't know how to drive at that point. I was only driving maybe 3-4 weeks. And he gave me a ticket, 4 fucking points. He was like, you were speeding. I said, I was on a hill sliding with my foot on the brake. He was like, you could have hit me. Why'd you jump in front of my car, stupid? That's why I got the goddamn ticket. But it's like, I was shaking because I really thought I was going to hit him. Like, I have no control over my car coming down a freaking icy hill. Are you stupid? So, yeah, 4 points, whatever. I paid them. In 4 years, they were gone. I know they're not there anymore, so I'm fine. I know that mouth phrase. I know phrasing, but I got jumped on my way home from work by this drunk bitch down the corner from my house who was with her friends or whatever. And she thought, oh, let me fuck with this girl because I had a box in my arm, so I couldn't do anything. And she punched me in the back of the head and in my back. And I flew forward, dropped all my work papers, and I got up pissed. I was like, what the fuck? Can I help you? And she was like, you bitch. And she's swinging at me. I'm just stepping back, whatever. And then finally, her friends came out. And then she had 2 drunk friends with her and her drunk boyfriend. And I got jumped. And I beat these little yuppie bitches like they've never been beat before. But the cops fucking showed up. And the boyfriend had me by the neck. And I had just basically tried to stab my nails into his eyes and everything. But I mean, I kept trying to reach behind me to claw at him. And I couldn't. And the cop came and he was like, oh, she attacked my girlfriend and her friends. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to attack 3 people. But of course, the cop was like, and he was like, you're under, but I was like, no, I'm not. And he had me up against the car and he was putting the cuffs on me. He had one cuff on. And I was like, you dumb motherfucker. I fucking, oh my God. Because half my neighborhood was downstairs at that point. I was pissed. And the other cop car pulled up and I hear, shit, I know that mouth. Take the cuff off her, stupid. And I was just like, what the fuck? He was like, he was like, you really think she jumped all those people? He was like, use your head. He was like, you can't listen to everybody. Get the story from everybody. Then you figure out who has to go. And it was a whole big thing. And I was so mad. My knees were all scratched from the friggin' concrete because I was wearing a skirt. And it was just like, really? You're really going to beat my ass when I'm walking home from work? Really? I say beat my ass. They jumped me, but they didn't get shit in. Fucking punched me in the head. Yeah, okay, because that hurts. Okay, so overly critical leads to shame. Negative feedback or no compliments, whatever, they're the same thing to people who go through this. Cops being idiots, color me surprised. Yeah, well, luckily the cops in this town know me, but T3 merch. I know that mouth. That'd be hilarious. Oh my God, I gotta write that down. Where's the other one that I wanted to do? Oh, not worth the jab. Fuck big pharma's money grab. That's one of them. I know that mouth. I definitely got to get one that says you can kiss all of my ass. When I got my first ticket, I didn't tell my parents, and the police department called my parents. I was grounded from my car for weeks, which in teenage time was months of small town problems. Please, everything when you're a teenager, you say, oh, you could do it next year. A year, I'll be dead by then. I'll be old. Everything's the end of the fucking world. It's ridiculous. Hi, Elephant. Elephant, you missed tons and tons of crying. It's a shame. Okay. Then there's also, let's see. Oh, the well. The well is how basically your life is, right? And you have people who come along and they add water to it. They add, they'll throw money in it, jewels, whatever they think you're worth, they're going to throw that value in there. And you feel that, you feel I like that tent city high, but not all at the same time comment. Yeah. I always miss the crying. That's all right. There's always replay. But I'm going to tell you, if you're attached to animals, if you're sensitive to animals, don't listen to it. Because it was not a pleasant experience for me. And it won't be for you to listen to. So the well is where you store everything and you build yourself up. You build your resources. You build your skill set. You build your self-esteem. And you build your reputation in the well. Everybody comes to the same well when it comes to you. You want to put good things in it. But what happens is when you're little and you've been abused or whatever, everything that goes into the well already is a little poisoned. But it's not poisoned for other people. It's for you. You're the only one that drinks from that well. People gather around it. They add to it. But that's your well to drink from. And the problem is when you have abuse, you tend to attract certain people to the well. And these are people who are fake. They're attention seeking. They're narcissists. And what they do is they do this and you allow it because somewhere I mean, you could listen to it if you want, Ellie. I want to warn you because I cried bad. Like bad. I think that was probably one of the worst ones for me. And we haven't even gotten to the father stuff, so that's just part of it. I'm trying to unpack everything that I smushed together and have buried for so many years. I'm trying to like pick and choose like little things that I'm going to get upset, but if I get rid of them, okay, now there's less in that box. For once, I want less in the box. So what these things do, these fake people, they're drawn to you because you don't want to say no to people. You figure I'm so damaged. I'm so broken. I'm so worthless that I need to please people. I need to make them happy for them to want me around. You don't want to intrude on anybody's time. You figure if somebody's in a bad mood, obviously it's your fault. Because it's always been your fault. Because that's what they taught you. When people snap, I shut down. Because that's the first sound that comes. That change in tone. The not anger, but the impatience. The short fuse, I would say. And it terrifies me. And I don't want to be scared, so I just shut down. I just shut down and I withdraw. And I don't go back until I'm ready. Sometimes I'm not ready at all. Elephant said, I gave my dog CPR. It didn't work. Then I had to find freezer space for him until he could be buried. I'm getting a fast country living education. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I feel you. I do. I do. That's terrible. I am so sorry. God, you have to find freezer space. That had to be, I can't even think about that. Anyway, so people are drawn to this people pleasing thing that you do. And they take advantage. They walk all over you and you become a doormat. Everybody in my family has said I'm a doormat because I don't fight back when they think I should. Only I get to decide which battles I'm willing to fight. And you'd be surprised at which ones I pick because I'll fight some of the little ones and let some of the big ones go, or I'll flip it and let I'll let all the little ones go and I'll fight only the big ones. But you never can tell. So if you're looking for a set reaction from me, good luck with that. But these things do trigger feelings of invisibility and neglect. Winning reality. You were very brave today. I'm as proud of you as I am impressed with your strength. You'll always be a winner in my book, Shelley. Thank you, winning. I appreciate that. There's something that always occurs when I come around like narcissistic people. I become invisible. They repeat my words as if they're their own. They take my ideas as if they're their own. I'll answer something and they'll pretend they didn't hear me. So I feel smaller and more transparent until eventually I'm just not there. That's what they do. That's, love you all. Happy Monday. 357, you leaving me? I love you, honey. I do. Come around more often. I promise they're not all like this. Neglect as a kid, that was typical. I was to be seen and not heard, and it's better if I'm not both. Like, it's better if I'm just put away and just go in the living room and read. But don't make noise, and don't do this, and don't do that. When I said the first thing that happens when I show up is I piss every narcissist. Oh, I piss every narcissist off in the room. Yeah. Adventures in babysitting. I'm not gonna stoop to your level when the buddy says, but I will, and punches the asshole. That's a friend right there. Oh yeah. I've had like female friends that have gotten into fights with girls who cheated with their man or whatever. And they're like, you know what? You ain't even worth it. You ain't worth my time. I ain't going to jail for you. I'm like, I'll do it. Boom. I don't give a fuck. But it's what it is. What it is. Sorry, Shelly, I didn't hear your story yet, but had to share my dog story. Okay, so wait, what was? Let me go back. Did I miss it? Because I might have. Okay, and then he's been buried and has a headstone. Aw, he was hubby's therapy dog. The damn thing was rude and had to die when he was off working. Aw, yeah, that's rough. But maybe he knew that he couldn't handle the saying goodbye. Maybe he just. They know. I mean, my cat, the one that I saved from euthanasia, the one that was 18 and supposed to die in like a month and live 3 more years, happy as a pig in shit. When she died, she waited for me to come home from therapy after work. And she came out, she could barely walk. And I was like, it's okay, mama. And I petted her. She purred for me. I held her. I told her I loved her. Put her down. She just went underneath the kitchen table and she curled up like she always did. I went and made dinner and I came out 20 minutes later and she was gone. But she waited for me to come home. And she was content in that we had kittens now. And she was happy that I wasn't going to be by myself. Because this cat never put up with another cat in her life. And she let these kittens jump all over her and she just looked at me like, kittens? Fucking really? Like, do you know how old I am? But she would let them cuddle her. And she was not a cuddler. So, yeah, she waited. And even my son said, he goes, I think she waited for you. I said, oh, I know she did. Because I I gave her all the love I could. I gave her a home. I never forced her to do anything she didn't want to do. She sat behind that daybed on the floor hidden for a year. She would only come out to eat when we went to sleep. And I had to bring everything for the cat out into my living room. But if that's what it took to make her comfortable, then that's what I was going to do. Probably I know he was waiting at the door for him and by his office desk. Yeah. Yep. Last 2 cats and a few good chickens this year. Not fun. Aw. I'm sorry, Jacob. I'm sorry for you too, Ellie. It's always hard to lose any member of your family, even the furry ones. Jacob, I love that movie. Inya, you're still here. I love you. All right, so we're getting closer to the end. So people who have CPTSD, food can be comforting, or it can bring up areas of neglect. A lot of people who suffer when they're little, food is withheld or they're overfed. I had one girl that, Lord, when we were growing up, she was not a big girl, but she would throw up every single time she ate anything. And it wasn't until high school when she told me, she was like, my mother insists I eat all this food. And if I eat that, she makes me another plate. She's like, so I hate food. I don't want to eat. She's like, and every time I was afraid I was going to be fat when I was little. And she saw a goddamn TV show where they were talking about anorexia. And instead of getting the lesson, she was like, oh, that's a good idea, because she was little. So she started throwing up when she was like 6 or 7. Every meal. That's how she kept her weight down. So by the time we got to high school, her teeth were falling apart. She looked sallow as could be. Her skin was a weird color. And her parents didn't even notice. They never noticed that this child was like 80 pounds. She was just bone. Just bone. And I couldn't figure out how, because none of us knew what the hell bulimia was. Who knew what that was? But her mother would stuff her with food every single meal. You had to see the shit that she brought for lunch every day. I mean, it was like a full freaking meal for a full grown man. And she's like in first grade, second grade, third grade. I'm like, oh my God. And her mother would check her lunchbox after school and would ask the teacher, did she throw it out or did she eat it? No, she ate it. Everybody knew how to give the right answer. But she'd eat it and then she'd go throw it up. She was terrible. I mean, I can't tell you. It was heartbreaking. It was. But what was more heartbreaking is what she did to her body. Because she wore away the muscles in her heart, everything. You know, she didn't live to make it to see adulthood. I believe she was 22 when she died. But she had a massive heart attack. Massive heart attack in her early 20s. Because her heart could not go on. It was too weak to beat the way it needed to be. And it just gave up. And there was no bringing her back. Like, they tried so many times. And it was devastating for us. Because everybody was like, oh my God, I just saw her. But nobody helped her. I didn't either. It was like, all right, it wasn't my place. We weren't that close. But I could have said something. You know, I knew her secrets. I just didn't know what they were going to do. And I have this thing. We're not friends and you tell me your secret, it's going to die with me. Like, I'm not going to tell anybody. If you tell me you absolutely can't tell anybody. Okay. But it goes in the vault and I forget about it. So when she died, I was like, holy shit. And of course, I do carry a little blame for that. It wasn't my fault, but I do feel like, I mean, that's the Catholic guilt in me. And don't tell mom the babysitter's dead. I still scream, the dishes are done, dude. Every time I do the dishes. Neglect is a very big thing for me and for most CPTSD people. Like I said, it can make you feel invisible. One thing somebody could do is ignore me And I feel like that little kid again who's worthless and not wanted. Like, you don't want me there, you're not talking to me? Okay. All right, I guess you can't see me. Oh, really? You're just going to ignore me? You're going to talk over me? You're going to repeat what I say like I didn't say it? Okay. That fucks me up. I got to work on that. I know, but it fucks me up bad. To always feel like an inconvenience. That's another food trigger. Because many of us, I'm hungry, no response. Can I get lunch? No response. The response I would get is,
Make it yourself.
I was 3. What the fuck was I making myself? All right, I guess I'm going to make a sandwich. You know how many times I took like change off the counter, went downstairs into the liquor store by myself, 3 years old, went downstairs into the liquor store and just bought a whole bunch of candy so I had something to eat. And the guy would take my change, but yeah, I know it wasn't ever enough. I don't even know what I grabbed. I could have grabbed 3 pennies. He would have been like, very good. But he knew, that they weren't feeding me. My mother wasn't there, and my father was too lazy or too high to feed me. And I think that's why when Brett smacked Katie, one, you touched my daughter. You're lucky you're not dead. No, and I mean, if he had touched her, he'd be dead. But I mean, he reacted badly and he slapped her. And okay, so I just beat the hell out of him, and destroyed all his shit. But I think what made me so irate was that he slapped her because she was hungry. She was stuck in a wheelchair. Both her legs had gotten Botox for the pain, and instead, because Katie is an anomaly, they deadened her legs. She couldn't feel them at all, so she couldn't move her muscles. So she was stuck in that chair. She could not get into the living room, like to get into the kitchen, because there was something in her way. So she tried to wake him up at 3:00 in the afternoon, because I wouldn't be home for another 2 hours. And he was still working off his drunk, and he was sleeping. He was aggravated, and she kept knocking because she was starving, hadn't eaten all day. And he slapped her. And immediately knew he did wrong, because he cleaned that house. He threw on his uniform. He was ready to run the fuck out the door the second I walked in. And I was like, why are you going to work early? I got to go to early shift. You've never had an early shift. What's going on? Yeah, hello? Bye? Shit. Kate, what's going on? And she just wouldn't show me her face. I was like, what's the matter with you? Because now I'm instantly suspicious, because this is out of character. Again, threat assessments. Even on my own kids. And I eventually got to see her face. And I very calmly asked her, what happened? And all she said was, I was hungry. Daddy wouldn't wake up, and he wouldn't feed me. So I kept knocking on the door because I was really hungry. I mean, she was 9. That's a tricky time for me. You were hungry? And he hit you? Mm-hmm. Okay. How many times did he hit you? Once. Just once. You wait here. I made sure that his nephew came back and babysat her. Well, I went and beat the crap out of him, his car, his fucking workplace. I embarrassed him. I humiliated him to no end. He's lucky I didn't put him in the pizza oven. Fucking domino reject. Anyway, so suffice to say, he's still afraid of me. He'll come by. Like, he'll drive here and he'll be like, oh, I'm here. I don't care. I'm not letting you in. But I drove all this way. I don't care. He hasn't been here in a couple of years, though, because he finally moved to Minnesota, which was great. Him being in Rhode Island was not good for me. So, yeah, that's a trigger. That's a trigger. If you neglect, I have a problem with that. And it's not really a problem for me when it comes to like that kind of neglect. You also don't ask for anything. You take what you're given and you're grateful for it. That was the biggest lesson growing up. Everybody made sure I knew that lesson. Don't you ever ask for anything, because I'm going to give it to your cousin rather than give it to you. And I'm going to give it to him in front of you so that you know you're nothing. You know I love him more than I love you. You know he matters more than you do. That's how my family worked. So it wasn't just my father abusing me, it was my family, which is why I don't talk to any of those fuckers anymore. I just won't. I didn't go to funerals. I didn't go to any of that stuff. They're like, how could you not pay your respects? I said a prayer and I was there for them in life. I don't got to be there when they're dead. That's not for them. That's for you. I'll mourn in my own goddamn way. But you're not worthy to ask for help. You got to take what scraps I give you, fucking smile. And that's what they do. You know, they chip away at you. They make sure that you don't have any sense of value. That you think you're just no, don't ask for anything, don't expect anything. Never expect like the seriousness. Never expect, what they think other people deserve, because nobody's ever going to see you as deserving, because you're not. That's the lesson I learned. So I don't ask for anything. If I get something, I get something, and I'm grateful for it. But it also makes me a pushover in many, many ways. I will just take the crap because I know I can, and I don't want anybody else to have to do it. Not having help leaves you overwhelmed and helpless. This illness, that's what that's done. And that's what it was like growing up. Like didn't matter if I was hurt. Nothing mattered. Just you go away. I don't want to see you. I don't want to talk to you. Nothing that you have going on is worth my time. So it's like, oh, okay. And the other day, like I always joke with my kids. I'm like, go away, go away. And somebody said it to me. And they were like, I would never tell my kids to go away. And they were right to say it, but they didn't understand the spiral. They literally pulled back that trap door and down I went. And I was just like, oh, there's a trigger I haven't worried about ever. Because people don't usually comment on my parenting. But it was a welcome comment, because I always welcome like any kind of way to do better. But I wasn't prepared for it, so it kind of blindsided me. But I didn't get mad or anything. It's just I had to chew on that for a day or two. One of the things that you're utterly convinced of when you have suffered from C-PTSD, when you have this complex series of traumatic events that just were never ending and never dealt with, what you get is loud and clear: no one's coming to help me. The first time you think somebody will notice and help. No. The second time you're like, somebody will help me. Somebody will come along. Nope. By the time it's happened 3, 4, 5 times, you've learned this is just what it is. Nobody's going to help me. I can't do it. I mean, me compared to my father, I was the size of his arm. Like, what was I going to do? And I didn't have that killer instinct that he had. I didn't have that heartlessness. I'm capable of it as an adult because all the shit he did to me as a kid. But as a kid, I was so sweet. I was quiet. All I ever wanted to do was just have a farm with animals, and I didn't want people around. I didn't like people. People yelled, they hit, they hurt you. Animals protect you. They love you. They're full of just this giving nature. And I'm a giver, they're a giver. We could just be happy. And, like you could herd cows and goats and shit. And that was what I wanted. You know how evil my father is? He would take all my money. He would ask me for all my money when I was little. Even like until like I was able to get somebody to say, okay, she doesn't have to see him anymore, he would make sure that I brought him my money. And he had the farm fund. Even if it was pocket change, he would take it all. And he built the farm fund, which I didn't know was fake. He was just taking my money. But he was taking it by telling me that my dream would come true. I would have a lot of land. I would have a house. I would have animals all around. Animals that needed me. Even that, I didn't know what a rescue animal was, but I knew that's what I wanted. Every dog I'd ever had been rescued. But I mean, we didn't call it that. I used to say, I want all the strays. I still collect strays, and not just the animals. I collect the people who don't fit anywhere. They're like, I don't belong. Come on. You'll feel fine over here. Come on. And they do. They relax and they become themselves and they become stronger, and then they leave me because they don't need to be here anymore. And that's good. It's a good thing. I want them to become strong enough to go play with others. I expect people to come to me for comfort and for healing and for somebody to just listen and not judge them, because I'm never going to judge what you do. Unless it involves kids, we're good. You want to fuck a sheep, go fuck a sheep. I don't care. As long as we're not intimate after, we're good. But you go do your thing. Do you, boo? As long as that sheep said bad, it was good, But if you're bad, that's no. Really? I baa like a sheep and you decide to meow? She hasn't said shit all morning. She's just like sitting there watching me. There she goes again. So that's that. Okay. Yeah, for me, the no one coming to help me, it gives me feelings of hopelessness, feelings of inadequacy, feelings of having no worth. What do you do when you don't save something? You throw it out. What does that make it? Makes it garbage. Trash. That's part of the reason I adopted it in my name. And yet some people want to use it against me. I'm made of tougher stuff than that. So, dropping things or breaking things, any kind of accident. Oh, the shame response. I'm terrible at that. If I break something, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'll replace it. I'll get you, like, instead of replacing the part, I'll buy them the whole fucking new thing. Like, it's just, I go overboard because I'm so ashamed and so embarrassed. And I feel so shitty about it because I know how hard it was for me to acquire things throughout my life. Like I said, my family is rich. I am not. My mother was not. Why was my mother not? Because of my father. She would have been rich, but they didn't trust him. So she got pushed out and she didn't get anything in any wills. Nothing. Which meant I got nothing. Thanks, Ma. So my father's always helping me out like that, You get a shame response, you get self-criticism, and then you start the shame spiraling. That's what I do. First, I'm embarrassed. Then I berate myself. And then I'm so busy berating myself that I just shame. And it's just until I'm nothing. Until I have broken myself down. Because I'm just telling me what they would have told me. Or what they had told me. That's ingrained in my brain. So what I have to do is I'll break something and I'm just like, it's fine. It's fine. It's yours. But there's a reason why every cup in my house is plastic. There's a reason why my kids use paper dishes instead of regular dishes. Because I can't. I think I've broken 6 cups in my lifetime. Maybe. And the first one I broke was at the flea market. I had pulled down a strip of leather that my father had asked for. But again, short. Can't see on top of the tables. I didn't know that there was a mug on top of it. His mug with his coffee. He put it there. He knew he put it there. He knew me pulling that piece of like the skin out, the deer skin, would make that cup fall. The cup, by the way, had scalding hot coffee in it. So when I pulled it, it hit from about my left collarbone straight down my arm. It soaked into my clothes on the side and crashed at my feet and broke into a million pieces. And he lost it because that's what he was waiting for. Perfect opportunity to punish me, and nobody could say shit about it. Except the coffee landed on me, and Daddy was there. Daddy the fireman. Daddy with EMT training. Daddy scooped me up, ran into the kitchen, and covered me in ice. That is the only reason I don't have scarring. I had blisters. He covered me in ice. He wrapped me, and he took me to the hospital. It's the only reason my father didn't get to open up his mouth and just crucify me in front of all those people. He didn't like when I was popular. Like if somebody said, she did really good today. Oh, she sold a vest, or she was selling pickles all day. She's such a good girl. Anytime I did anything good, oh no, can't have that. God. So eventually people learned you just don't praise Michelle. Don't compliment her because it sets him off. And then he's just going to hurt her. Hell, even I knew that at 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old. You know what it is to never get like praised for an achievement? Because everybody knows that you're going to get your ass handed to you because he can't stand not being in the spotlight. He can't stand if somebody else gets any kind of accolade. His ego can't take it. It's got to be about him. Every good thing I ever did, I had to pay for. Everything I loved, I had to lose. Or I had to watch it suffer. My dogs, my mother. So you learn not to love things outwardly. Love them fiercely when you can, but you don't say it. You don't show it in front of people. You be tough. You gotta, you're a hard person. You're just mean. You don't love anybody. Okay. Glad you believe that. I wanted him to believe that. I wanted to protect the people that I loved. To this day, I still will not say I love you first. Ever. I tried that with Billy, and no. No, I did it in the most cowardly way possible, and he was just like, okay, and it took me forever. Uh Movies and music, they cause severe emotional breakdowns. They activate memories, they can cause complete shutdowns, and they lead to survivors creating this sense of apathy so that they can continue to go on. I don't watch emotional movies because I can't stand the emotion. I try not to feel too much emotion anymore. Part of me is shut off. I know that because I don't enjoy things the way I used to. I can't. Because if I experience joy, what bad thing's going to follow? That's a trigger. Anything that's good in my life is going to get destroyed. It's going to turn on me. It's going to hurt me. That's what I've learned in life. And that's what I'm trying to unlearn. I'm trying to tackle all these triggers that cause feelings of shame, feelings of worthlessness, helplessness. There's nothing good in them except that I know what they are. But that's me. I know where they fall on that timeline. I know how often they were used. And it does depend. There's certain things that people think are triggers that I'm like, no, I'm good. Because it's something that I worked on. Like the daddy kink. Everybody makes fun. They're like, oh no, I don't get when girls da, da, da. First of all, I use the word daddy because I took that word back. You ain't because I called my stepfather daddy rather than my father. I called my father dad, you know, or I'd call him Danny if I really wanted to piss him off. But it was rare that I was that fucking brave. But yeah, I did once or twice. Once I was inside the house, I'd call him that because I knew he wasn't going to get out because my uncle would have killed him. But yeah, but I also know I was going to pay for it the next time he saw me. I was like, oh, hopefully he'll forget. He never forgot. He would let me think he forgot, so I lowered my guard, and then he'd remember last week? Fuck my life. I was like, it's like, God damn it. I could never win. I could not outsmart this man. But I was a kid. I don't think I could outsmart him now either. And I wouldn't try. Because I don't want to think on the level that he thinks. I don't want to plan out evilness forever. I don't like when people are in pain. I really don't. Somebody made a big deal of it. They were like, oh, she went and did this. Well, the company that I was keeping was very permissive of meanness. So one thing led to another. I was influenced to, let my mean out. It's there. I just don't give into it. And I did. And that's on me. Am I going to apologize for it? Nope. I did it. Fuck you. Just like when it said, did you say, yep, I said it. You don't like it? Oh, fucking well. I say it to your face. There is nothing that I would say behind closed doors that I would not say to somebody's face. Nothing. Now, what goes on in my head about you, that's different. That nobody gets to have part of because I think that would be really, really, really mean. Because again, I learned from the best. I learned how to be cruel. I learned how to stick the knife in all the little soft spots. Metaphorically speaking, of course. But yeah, I learned all that. And I became a person that I liked, but I could turn into a person I didn't. And certain personality types, narcissists, they can smell that duality. I swear to God, it's a talent with them. They know they can use you up and turn you into something nobody's going to want around. And then they get to play the victim. Because they went and they're like, oh, they put everything on you. That's what narcissists do. My father tried it. Nope, didn't work. You're not going to put all of this on me. But it took me 47 years to get there. 47 years of life experiences to get to the point where I'm like, you know what? Fuck him. Like, just fuck him. Fuck him in the ear. Fuck him in the ass. Fuck him in the fucking fires of hell. I am not this man. I'm not my mother either. I'm some of his strong suit, like some of his strong points. I took whatever from her I could, because it's not a whole lot. But I don't act like either one of them. I act like me. I am responsible for my words and my actions. I am responsible for getting over my triggers. Will I need help? Yes. Will I ask for help? Not again. I won't do it. Because I'm stubborn. And because I already got my hand slapped once, I'm not going to do it again. For any reason. Either once I figure out that I'm a priority in some areas and not in others, I will stick to that. I will stick to where you assign me. And that'll be where I stay. unfortunately, I don't flip the tables and do that to them. So let's finish this up. So we got let's see, we did that. And yeah. And the don't tell mom the basement, we did that. Never have to worry. I'll give you the silent treatment. I have the opposite problem. One of my main thoughts is shouldn't have said that. Listen, have you never heard me say, Enya, that I live with my foot in my mouth? Like, because I always say shit I shouldn't. But I have this thing where I would rather say it and we argue about it or get it out or like talk about it and squash it there than constantly let the resentment build. Because I don't want to lose people. If I let that resentment build, I know me. There's only so much I'm willing to like put up with. And then I go, you know what? This isn't good for me either. And I just leave. No muss, no fuss. I close the door and we're done. And that's for everybody. My family will tell you, I don't talk to any of them. And they all keep trying. And I'm like, no, you had 49 fucking years to treat me well. Fuck you. Like, no, the rest of my life is mine. It's all mine. And I'm going to live it making me and my kids, the people who really matter, happy. I will let in the people outside of my bloodline that become family, the ones that earn it, the ones that I won't let go because they're consistent, because they're there, because they're important to me and mine. But I'm not going to let these people who literally should have loved me from birth, especially given I was the only goddamn child for 15 years, like nothing. I got nothing but pain from them. And their days of using me and hurting me, they're fucking over. This is not the same little girl that you put down. No, I'm grown. And I got kids of my own that are grown. Like, they really think I'm still 15 and they can talk to me like that. No. I've learned a lot. And I still have a lot to learn. I learn every day. Right? I tell you guys all the time, I like to learn every day. Even if I'm just learning about me. Now, these things that I explained to you, I hope you understand the CPTSD or C-PTSD. I hate that it's not 4 letters, that it's 5, because it just feels wrong. But I explained it as best I could, and I tried to relate it to you through the only lens I know, which is my own. So these are the things that I'm working on. These are the last of the landmines that I have to find. Before everybody's safe to just run up and down the roads of my life and just talk and be like, oh, she's fine. I don't want to blow up at anybody. I don't want to hurt anybody. So I have to find them and I have to disable them or set them off. Those are the only 2 ways to do it. And that's the only way I know how to really explain it. My life, my journey is littered with landmines. And I just have to discover them and either take them apart and find out how they work and make sure they're not working anymore, or I have to activate them. Blow shit up. But they're only good for one go. So, like, I can do that too. And you said, never have to worry. I know, like, not for nothing, but if you can shut me up, good for you. But if I go silent, I don't use the silent treatment as a punishment. I'm not talking because I can't. Because I know if I open my mouth, I ain't going to be nice. Like, so just let me go. I don't want to cry and I don't want to, curse your ass out either. I'm also say I'm right on top of that, Rose. What? Yes, same at Indy Mars. I also say I'm right on top of that, Rose. From Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead. I saw a movie in middle school on the Karen Carpenter story. And ever since I was like, no, thank you to anorexia and bulimia, right? But I mean, that wasn't that was something I saw much later. And I mean, my family made sure I didn't see it till I was like a teenager. Man, my dad was like that. Accidentally wake him up and get your ass handed to you. Yep. Especially when you were a graveyard and slept all day. My dad would beat the hell out of me. Yep. 20 to 30 times, bare ass. Mm-hmm. I didn't get hit because the dog would literally like attack him. He did other things. Like there were other ways to punish me. Um, Ignore me. That's one. Silent treatment. That's two. Withhold meals. That's three. Um, just put me down and just say, you know, I'm stupid like my mother, or, you know. Or he would, aw, come here, baby, come here. Come here, Bish. Come here. No, it's okay. I'm not going to hit you. And he wouldn't. And it would be, come sit with daddy. Get on daddy's lap. That was the trigger right there. That was the no. Like, because I knew. And it, nope. Nope. My chest feels like it's going to break in half. So that's a no-no for right now. So we'll put a pin in that one. But yeah, no, that was, I never wanted to upset him. Ever. I mean, the man threw me out of a moving van. It was only going like 5-6 miles an hour, but I was 4 at the time. He threw me out the door of a moving van. What the hell? Who does that to their kid? Who does that to anybody? And I was all fucking scraped up and lucky, you know, little kids, they just roll. We don't know enough to be like, he just threw me out. But it was also high on heroin at the time, so. Right on top of that, Rose. Oh man, now I have to watch that movie. Oh Lord. Enya Mers, when the oldest guy. Okay, so I'm right on the top of that, Rose. I can't with you guys. Elephant said, okay, I'm back. Hi, Elephant. I'm a procrastinator, Jacob said. My line is, I'm working on it. My line is, would you just leave it alone? I'll get to it. Oh, just let me do it. Like, that's when I'm completely frustrated. When you are not doing what I'm giving you directions to do, and I'm like, no, up. I said, up. You know where north is? Go north. No, don't cut it like that. No. Just fucking give me the goddamn thing. Because it's like, oh, I am not good at teaching people how to do things, which is fucking hilarious since I'm a teacher. Like my kids, I can't teach them how to do shit. I have no patience. None. I teach my son how to cook, but Katie, oh, good God. When I teach her how to do things, she has very limited short-term memory. So I write it down because otherwise she's going to say 9,000 times, what temperature? And I just want to scream. She kills me. Jacob, don't do today what you can put off till tomorrow. Procrastinators of the world, unite. Later. Like, I used to say, yeah, if I'm not there in 5 minutes, start without me. Like, because I knew if I was 5 minutes late, that meant I was not going. Like, because I don't do things late. If I show up late, it means, like, something bad happened. Most of the time, if I know I'm going to be late, I'm like, yeah, I'm just not going. Fuck it. I don't want to. Lady Autumn Sky, his calm response of just saying, change your clothes, throw them away if you want, was the eye-opening moment of, and wow, this is how a normal person responds. Yeah, like I don't know what that is. Like a normal response. Because my grandmother was a screamer. You know, like if I did anything, if I came in after school and I was all wet, oh my God, look at you, take that off, put that on, go in the bathroom. And it was like, oh my God, why does this have to be like anxiety ridden? Like it's fucking water. I'm not made of sugar. Like, I just, everything was right. Oh, I'm so jumpy as a person. Like, even like when I'm listening to somebody, like if they come back on mic and they were away for a minute and I don't hear the approach and they just start talking, I will scream. I will scream because they literally will scare me right out of my chair. Like, you never want to like scare me when I'm standing because I will jump on you and I will just smother you in my boobs. But yeah, no, it's what put off to tomorrow, what you can put off altogether. Mark Twain. That's right. Sometimes I just don't do something and they're like, you have to, you have to, you have to. It passes. I'm like, are you dead? No. Am I dead? No. Then I guess I didn't have to. Like, it's like it didn't matter. Fuck it. I'm a productive procrastinator. I make lists and put off things I find annoying. Mm, like taxes. Yes, I've done that. Oh my God. I'm like, it's 11 o'clock the day before, the last day of taxes is due. I guess I'll do them now. It's like, like, you're fine, whatever. If I'm not getting a refund, why the fuck would I want to do my taxes? Put that shit off as long as possible. In my past dinner, I ruined. Would have been ruined dinner. Hell, it would have been ruined the whole night. However, the guy was so nonchalant. Wait, what? What did I miss? His calm response is saying, okay. Oh. That must have been weird. Yeah, because I'm just not used to people being chill, like being okay with something. Jacob Castro, I'm an accountant. Fuck my life. Aw. I was in accounting for 7 years and then 2 in Kansas. I love accounting. My dad was an accountant, not an accountant. I was in accounting, so I did all of it. Filing, receivables, payables, collections, the CFO fucking personal assistant bullshit, which is just a glorified secretary. Was an accountant and told me that I could become one. That if I become one, he would unalive me. He was kidding, of course. Yeah. Universal language numbers. I bet Shelly's been shut up by passionate kisses. You're not wrong. Other things too. I mean, that's how you really win an argument with me. Just, I was raised etiquette. You don't talk with your mouth full. Lunchtime. Ha! Nerd. That was perfect timing. Go get a piece of meat and put it in your mouth and be quiet. All right. So everybody's good. Today has been hectic, but good. One of our teachers called out, but they didn't get a substitute. Okay. Hey, Pastor Rapture, how you doing? Or DJ Night Blue. Sorry, Nitro Blue. What the fuck? You knew I was going to fuck that up. I don't know why you show up as that and not the other one, because you know I'm going to blow your cover every goddamn time. Hopefully a good burger will turn attitude. Our winning said was grandmother, mother's mother, or father's mother? Who? If you're talking about my story, it was my mother's mother, my grandmother, my hero. Because while she was amazing at everything, chill she was not. She was not chill at all. Jump into this chat, and all I hear is Shelly talking about smothering people with her boobs. What does that have to do with combat? It's not combat PTSD. No. It is complex PTSD, which is a childhood PTSD. Regular PTSD is like more combat driven because it tends to be as an adult, and that's where the triggers are, and it's usually like one area and not several. Whereas complex PTSD is a series of traumatic events that happen throughout your childhood that interrupt your academic and your physical and your emotional and psychological development in different ways, so that now you create triggers to associate with these memories that will automatically bring up negative feelings of invisibility, inadequacy, of low self-esteem, no worth. A lot of the people who have C-PTSD are extremely, if untreated, I should say, they are extremely high risk for unaliving themselves. Shall we go up one more from my comment about the first time you had your husband over for dinner and you could all chat, or are you on all chat or top? Girl, I'm in StreamYards, so I just see everything. Oh, you mean child abuse? Not just that. It can, okay, first of all, C-PTSD, it tends to manifest as an adult. It doesn't so much affect you that much as a kid. That's when, I mean, it can, but you're able to cope and cover as a kid. And that builds. If they don't deal with your traumas, then you get post traumatic stress syndrome as an adult. Things that happen to you as an adult can add to it, but that's not where the foundation comes from. Regular PTSD is something that comes from like adult interactions. The root is not usually back in childhood. And they call it this because they need to find the root in order to find the solution in order to treat it. And yeah, not just child abuse. This goes so far beyond child abuse. This is something that is not like a one at a time thing. It is multiple fronts. It is multiple ways. There's usually SA involved. There's abandonment. There's neglect. There's medical abuse, where you have the kids that have like what do the mothers have, like Munchausers, I think it's called, that they're always making their kids sick and like feeding them, like if they get a sniffle right away they got to give them NyQuil. Like I had a couple students like that. It was bad. But CPTSD occurs throughout birth to about age 15 years. That's where those triggers and those events occur that become embedded in who you are. Because when you're young, your nervous system is still forming. These actually affect your nervous system so that you are wired into these for life. You can't just go to therapy and be like, I'm good now. No, there's a very specific way of tackling these for each individual. So it changes your nervous system, and your nervous system responds to it. One of them, there's another one that doesn't, it's, wait, so the mental health and like sounds and stuff like that, that all has a direct impact on your nervous system. In our survivors of narcissistic abuse groups, they speak to members acquiring CPTSD. Yeah, because most of them knew narcissists as children. That's why it became like they become a magnet for them. I would bet the mothers don't bond with the baby, so the connection's not there. Well, that was my mother. You've met my mother. My mother didn't hold me at all until I was like 7 days old or 8 days old. Never. Not even when I first came out, because I was born dead. They took me away. She didn't care. She went home with my father. He needed her. He was not, there was no bones about it. And they came to visit me when they came to pick me up 7 days later. Wait, I'm looking because there's a lot of this is wiring. That's why kids grow up with different forms of anxiety, depression, tics. If you've ever seen a kid and they're like, I don't understand, like he's a normal kid, but he's got certain tics, and he gets like, he has a meltdown over the weirdest shit because he doesn't even know what he's reacting to. His body is interpreting the different things he hears. He's not sitting there like an adult going, okay, the door slammed now. Let me listen for the next thing. No, that door slams. His body goes, danger, up, and it gets him the fuck out of there, or he shuts down. Either way, he's either going to flee or freeze. They don't usually fight as kids because they know they're abusers. They know they're predators. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, there are adults who have CPTSD, but it doesn't occur there. It's not implanted there. That goes all the way back to their childhood. Regular, CPTSD, that is what hits them as adults because the events happen when they're an adult. Most narcissists have narcissists in their past who have abused them and like they've hardwired them to be like this. See, if I didn't tackle this early on, if I didn't have my kids, I probably could have, at this point, I would be completely shut off emotionally. I would not be able to love. I wouldn't even know what it was like. But see, I had good people in my life to like kind of counter what I was experiencing. Most abusers are abused, yeah. And I could have easily gone down that road. But I find my father so abhorrent. I am so dedicated to never being like either of my parents that I went the complete other way. I became, instead of being promiscuous like they were, or permissive as they were, or neglectful and just ignorant, I was protective. I was hardworking. I knew I had to model behaviors for my kid, and Katie being disabled made me super fucking protective because I knew she couldn't do it herself. So I went into mama bear mode all the time. Like I said, constant fucking vigilance. I'm not constantly vigilant just for me. I'm constantly vigilant for them. I detect every goddamn tone that they have. And everything, I didn't hear, oh no, I heard the change. Like I know what attitude is coming. I'm going to nip that shit right now. Don't bring it. Don't bring it. And they know. Hurt people, hurt people. Yeah, but I'm generally content enough to hurt myself. Because I don't want to hurt anybody. I never want anybody to feel the way I feel. If I could, I would take on all the pain from my kids, all their anxieties, all their disappointment. I would take it all. Katie, every single surgery that she had, I would take all that pain. That terror that she had. She's terrified of doctors. Unfortunately, that's the one thing I could not save her from. Because we were both flying blind, me and her, but I tried to help her as much as I could. I just made sure she knew that she had me. The day she told that lady that if anybody ever touched her, her mother would, and she made like the slicing across her throat. The lady was like, no. She said, no, you don't understand. My mother would kill them. And she said, no. She looked at me and I was like, no, she right. Like, I was like, I would kill them. No, you would. Yes, I would. There's no conversation. Like, if I think you touch my kid, you're dying. There's no cop. There's no, hey, somebody call the police. No, your ass is dead. Now you can call the police. Call the coroner. Have them come pick him up. Because, no, you're not living. No, you don't get a second chance to breathe. Nope. And like I said, I will do it with a song in my heart and a smile on my face. Because you're gone. And now you can't do it to anybody else. What did I child development class they teach? A child's personality temperament is imprinted by 3 years old. Yep. Hurt people. See, that's my only saving grace, is that I basically spent up until 3 years old with my grandparents. They would come up and they would come to the house and just take me all the time. So my father didn't have tons of opportunities to do whatever he wanted. But that once I was 3 and we went to the flea market, that was different. And then she left him when I was 4. He tried so many times to take me, like to kidnap me and everything. And it was just like, So I grew up with that. I grew up knowing he was a drug addict, seeing drugs around all the time. And I'm not talking like pot. Oh, no. My father was into the heavy shit. He loved his coke. He loved heroin. He was constantly, on an acid trip, always. I'm like, I had one doctor. It was not doctor, the therapist that I had before this one. And she was like, well, if he was on all these things, obviously he was altered. Perhaps he didn't realize what he was doing. And I looked at her. I said, are you really making an excuse for a man you never fucking met? Like, are you kidding me? And she didn't understand why I was so angry. I'm like, dude, they have been covering for him my whole life. I finally get to the point where I'm like, no, I was not at fault. He was at fault. He made the decision. And you're going to come out of your face and tell me, well, maybe he didn't know what he was doing? Fuck you. Like, no, lady. And I was pissed. How dare you say that to me? You read Jean Piaget? Yeah. It is. I have a minor in childhood education, just so you know. My major is early childhood education, and I have a minor in childhood development. So there's that. And I did that so I could understand better. It helped me. Learning about the developmental stages. I mean, I understood my kids better. I understood my kindergartners better. And I understood me. And I could sit there and go, holy shit. Okay, so which stage is this stage? What happened during this stage? And I began to put together the puzzle pieces of my childhood so that I can make some kind of sense out of it. Because all I could ever remember was, you're dirty. You're nothing. How could you let him do that? God, you're garbage. Like, these are things my family members said to me, not just my grandmother. My uncle didn't call me garbage to my face. He used to love to tell my mother. He was like, you're that freak of a daughter of yours. Thanks, Unc. I'm your goddaughter, by the way, just if you want to remember that. And now he wants to be friends. Why? Because you're close to dying? Fuck you too. All these people who just turned their back on me and said, well, it'll give her character. Like, I don't owe them shit. I don't owe them love, loyalty, nothing. And I'm not giving it to them because they don't deserve it. They're not sorry. And they all know what part they played. They know how fucked up I could have been. Somebody said that you're amazed I'm here. Why? I'm lucky I had that kid when I was 21. Because I wouldn't be here. I was on such a self-destructive path. That's why I didn't get my driver's license until I was 19, because I was terrified I was going to drive into a wall. Not an accident. I was going to drive into a wall. So I didn't think I was responsible enough to have a license. So I didn't get one until I felt better. But then things happen, and sometimes you can't feel good all the time. And your hormones are up and down. 19 is not a good year sometimes, especially for girls. Jesus. And without her, I would have had nothing to live for. But she gave me something, a focus, something that was mine to protect, like I was never protected. To love like I wasn't loved. To accept exactly as she was with the weird walk and everything. I didn't give a fuck. As my baby. In the way I had never been accepted. Everything that was slighted to me, everything done to me, I got to make sure it didn't happen to her. I got to reverse it for her. And I tell you, she's the happiest child you're ever going to meet. She's 28 years old. I still call her child because she's that fucking gleeful. It drives me nuts sometimes because I'm like, could you just tone down the chipperness just a little bit? Like, just a little bit, Kate. And she's like, no. Like, she can't laugh and not fart. And it's hysterical. It just makes her laugh more. And then she farts more. And she's totally unashamed of it. She don't give a fuck. Like, she's just like, yeah, I farted. Ha, ha, ha. And she'll walk like, that's Katie. That's just who she is. But without that kid, I never would have made it. And without Connor, I would have never been aware that it makes me happy to make people better, to teach them something. I'm not saying fix anybody. I'm saying give them a place where they're safe to be themselves, where they can tell me anything and I'm not going to mock them. Unless, of course, we have that relationship. Like Outpost Nerd, he knows, I know when to be serious, I know when to mock him, and I know when to crack a joke to bring him back from the edge of the cliff. But that's because I took the time to get to know him. That's what I want. I want to know people. I want to hear their stories. I want them to look at my life and go, you know what? She's still here. Fuck it. We could do this. Maybe I'll talk to her. And my door's always open. Well, the DMs are always open. Hit me up on either Instagram, Discord, whatever, Twitter, and we can talk. Or I'll just listen. If you want me to just listen, say that out the gate, because then I won't answer you. I'll just sit there and listen and so you feel better. That's my mission in life. That is what I want. I want to heal myself and help others heal themselves. I want them to know they're not alone. That every day might be a struggle, but it's a struggle you can handle. You find your happy moments. You laugh as fucking much as possible. And if it helps you to drop F-bombs, drop them wherever the fuck you want, because that's what I do. After I had my first child, I was like, you could fuck right off. I can make my own people. Yes, that it is a powerful fucking thing where you're like, wait a minute, I don't got to deal with you. I'm making my own family over here. But 0, 0, 0, 0. That's how many fucks I give. Oh, you're so cute. I studied early child development. However, that was 25 years ago. Who knows what it's being taught now? Oh, I got my degree 7 years ago, I think. 7? Was it 7? I think so. 7 or 8. I forget. I was very proud of myself, though, because I had the full-time job, had the 2 kids. I was dealing with everything, and I had 3 years of fucking college to get through because I quit so fucking many times before it was like ridiculous. And I did it, and I graduated with, a major and a minor and a 4.0. I was summa cum laude. So I was very proud of myself because that bugged me that I didn't have that degree. Of course, I took out a bunch of student loans and now I'm in debt, but whatever. Hopefully I'll get my mother to help take care of that with some kind of inheritance, but whatever. I'll tackle that as soon as I can. It's not that I don't give a fuck. I give too many fucks about too many people. And lately I have started just blocking people and banning them because my peace of mind is priceless. And I need more tranquility in my life. I need to just have fun with the people who want to have fun with me and not worry about how everybody's going to be affected by my choices. Like I just want to be. I want to be here for people and I want to make them laugh and I want you to hear some of the horrible things that I've gone through so that you can go, "Oh, I mean, yeah, I think I could talk about mine." Because if you see how bad it can be, I think it makes it easier for you to give yourself permission to discuss what maybe shames you or hurts you. And I want you to be able to do that. If not with me or with anybody, like go see a doctor, talk to a priest, whatever you want. But just talk to yourself even. Just get it out. Get it out, get it on paper, learn, what caused it. Travel back. You'd be surprised at things you remember that you didn't think of for decades and how just acknowledging something could actually make it go away. The brain is a beautiful thing. It's powerful. It will work with you if you just learn how. So I think that was a thorough covering of the CPTHD. Whatever the fuck the letters are. Those 5 letters that mean, somebody turns off a light and you're in sudden darkness and it's like, oh my God. Like that kind of thing. I know I lost it a couple times, and I thank you guys for sticking with me. I thank you for all your support because as much as I want to help all of you, I can't express how much you guys help me. I mean, you've definitely done more for me than the freaking shrink and the therapist and the other therapist and everybody else who ever tried to, talk to me. I don't want to talk to you because you don't understand. You don't listen. See, here, you guys can chat, but I could not read it if I don't want to. If I want to get something out in one go, I can. But I have a lot of faith in you guys. I do. And I love that you show up for stuff like this because it's important. It's important for people to know about it. It's important for people to relate and to know that there's never a point where you have to make this permanently go away, this life. There's no point of that. You can heal yourself. You can get better. You can go for help. It's possible. It might take some time, but it's so worth it. I'm 49 years old. I should be so anti-person and anti-affection that I should really like wrap myself in barbed wire fencing so that people stay the fuck away from me. But that's not me. I'm super affectionate. And I still have tons and tons of love to give to everybody, all levels, all kinds. I'm not so broken that I can't open my heart to whoever needs it. Before maybe I was a beautiful, like flawless mirror and I got broken into all little bits and pieces. But I'm a creative bitch. I'm going to make me a mosaic. I don't give a fuck. I will flip those pieces over, use the backing, and paint over them. Let's go. Everything is, usable. Why not? I can do it. I know I can do it. And I'm determined to do it. It just takes time and a lot of patience. So that's it, guys. I know that was a big one. 5.5 hours. I think we did pretty good. There are lots of breakdowns, but a lot of, material was covered. This is such a huge subject. I suggest you look into it, on your own. There's lots of videos out there on it. There's all sorts of stuff to look into for this. And I tried to give you as relatable points as I could as far as triggers go. Because like I said, somebody once said to me, and how many triggers do you have? Bitch, is it your business? Like, you're lucky I don't have my finger on a trigger because boom. I can't. When people ask stupid questions, I want to take a paint gun and be like, bing, 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 bing. Now you're all yellow, coward. Y'all have a good rest of your day. Talk soon, everyone. I'm going to go stuff my face. I'm not going to touch that. I'm not touching that one at all. But I'm going to go. I thank you so much for joining me. I will be back Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. Let's see what am I doing Wednesday? Come on, open. Money, money, money. Must be funny. Denial. Denial is not just a river in Egypt. That's what we're going to be covering Wednesday. That should be fun because I love when people live in denial. And do me a favor, bring your stories. Bring them. Let's talk about them. Because there's so many people out there who are like, no. Really? Like, you look at them, you're like, how can you say no? How can you say that didn't happen? Like, what? Because denial is not just a river in Egypt, but apparently it's one you can fuck on. So anyway, I'm always going to end it like that because it's just funny to one other person. And one is enough. So thank you guys for showing up and for holding my hand through this because I could not have done this by myself. I really couldn't. Which is why if any of you ever need somebody, reach out. You know that you can. You can reach me on Twitter. You can reach me on Instagram, in Discord, by email. In case nobody knows, if you want the email, like you go to my about page on my channel page, the about tab, and you go down to the bottom, and it has a little thing that says click for hidden email, and it'll give you my email. So, I had a phone call and now just call it back up and I just say bye. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Lady, thank you very much for being here. It meant a lot to me. It really did. You're such a good mom. Like you're younger than me, but you're such a good mom. I felt like I was actually like nurtured. So thank you so much for that. That added a lot of strength to me doing this stream. So I thank you very much. Winning Reality. Great show. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. You guys have a wonderful day, and I will see you in the funny papers. Let's see what he's got. Sorry. All right. I am going. Thank you very much. I love you all. Chat is good. Chat is wise. Chat knows all.
I'm going to assume a missionary position, and I'll probably be holding it for a very long time.
What was that?
I'm looking forward to taking it all in.
Yeah, that's cool.